And we are back, and we are here, kind of. Today was the first day in a long time I tested positive for COVID, about 2 weeks. So I am going to do my best as your storyteller tonight. Did I say positive?
Yes.
Yeah, I have the COVID brain fog. That's a real thing, and it's bad. It's like this weird haze, but otherwise I'm okay. Today was the first day I tested negative for COVID in 2 weeks. So I'm doing my best. We'll take 2 with that. But yes, I am Essie, or Erin Spencer, your storyteller for the evening. Pronouns are she, her, or they in a pinch. And I'm going to go around the table and introduce to all of you out there in Internet Cyberville these lovely people that we're going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons X, the Adventurer's Terra system, tonight for your entertainment. So, Kinela, played by Rory. Who are you? What are your pronouns? And who are you playing tonight? We're going to start with your interactive... I just discovered this for the first time. What's this interactive app called?
Oh, it's Discord reactive images.
Reactive images. Cool, cool. So,
yeah.
Take it away.
That's cool. Nice, simple, easy to use at a pinch.
Thank you.
I'm Rory. I use they, he pronouns. I will be playing Ki or Kinela, our half elf warlock. Yep.
Half elf warlock. All right, cool.
I didn't pause anywhere particular.
No. It's totally fine. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Everything's good. All right, Willow, played by Avalon Willowbloom. Hello, who are you? Who are you going to be playing tonight?
Hello, Avalon Willowbloom, she, her, or they, them. And I play Willow, the half-elf armor artificer. Half-elf, I mean it actually, though.
Actually, for real? A half-elf?
No. Ki's definitely half-elf.
Yes.
Okay. Where's the tape?
We're doing our best to not ruin the magic.
The hand of God delivered you a pain med.
Yes.
I know.
My partner is at a party, unfortunately, so I have no one but myself today to self-medicate. Though I'm negative, the tickle is still lingering. Mabel Goodberry, played by Avalon.
On Nikki's screen, someone handed down a pain med from up above.
Oh no, I saw that. I'm just jealous that I don't have that because my partner's at a family Christmas party. It's so crushing that I don't actually have that myself. But I'm happy that you have the invisible hand of God or the goddess to help you with your stuff. So, Maple Goodberry, please help me with the COVID brain fog. Who are you? You played by Nikki, the Coyote Witch. Who are you and who are you playing tonight officially? Give us your own spin on that.
I am Nikki, and I also have COVID brain still.
Yeah, it's going around.
It's gonna be fun. I am the Coyote Witch on Twitter, or Coyote Witch on Twitter, and then the Coyote Witch pretty much everywhere else. And I play Mabel Goodberry, the barbarian cleric bugbear, which took me way too long to remember. That's who I play.
The brain fog is real.
Yeah, it is so real.
Garnet, save us. Save us, please.
Hey, y'all. I am Garnet Lily or Garnet Rose. I will be playing Amina Nzinga. She is a very chipper Eladrian bard. So if you ever hear music in the back of your ear, that's probably her.
All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for helping all of us. We're all helping each other get through the COVID fog. And it's just been a disaster of a month, but we are very happy to get back into playing D&D and fantasy escapism. Avalon, you're killing me. We just started.
Begins. We haven't even started technically.
Okay, so while I'm shuffling these and continuing to do promotion, who would like to give us a recap? And why is it Avalon? Thank you.
Well, the answer to that question is because I redeemed a tarot pull and you would like to punish me on camera.
I'm just kidding. We encourage it. It's just COVID brain is
Yep,
real.
we all have our.
We did some stuff and went to places and talked to people. That was pretty much all that happened. No,
Yeah.
sorry. No, we arrived in Bastion's Hold after some shenanigans on the ship involving fey berries and mysterious visions of legendary heroes. Heroes? Question mark? I'm a little unclear on that. But when we arrived in Bastion's Hold, we met a family friend of Harmony, who sort of filled us in on some goings on in the area. Specifically, we were informed of a problem involving the marrow, in or near
Merfolk.
the bay. The
Marrows.
merfolk are not the problem.
Marrows are
If
more intense creatures.
I thought the marrow were the things that we are going to need to deal with. Yes.
So hooligan.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Which is really fun to say.
Yeah. We were also informed of some other things that need tending to. And as we were going into town, we came across a little tiefling girl that was being bullied on account of being a tiefling. The entire party immediately beat up 6 children. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, we stole them away.
We threatened. We creatively persuaded them to stop. It was creative persuasion.
We definitely bullied some children. But they
we're
deserved
heroes.
it. They deserved it. They were being real shits.
They really were. They did deserve it. And we'd bully their parents if they were present.
And I'd do it again.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And I'd do it again.
And then talked with the girl for a little while, and I don't remember the name of anything involved, but there was a priestess for sort of fringe religion that wanted to adopt the girl and sort of induct her into that. But Amina was also suggesting her family might be a good option, and the little girl chose Amina's family. And we are off to the Kairosian Embassy to send out messages and sort that out. Arrange a meeting somehow and see that this little girl ends up in a loving home.
Yes, less of a fringe religion and more of just a drow from the Crimson Wood. So what you learned was that there are 2 factions currently at war with each other in the Crimson Wood to the northwest, in the northwestern region of Aefyntir, the continent of Aefyntir. The drow there are engaged in a civil war between those who serve Loth and those who serve Elistray. And it is a constant struggle there, and outsiders like the Vascatoria have been reluctant to intervene in this, essentially what is a foreign conflict, beyond the borders of the Vascatoria itself. So that is, this individual represents the Crimsonwood Drow of Elistray, or the faction that supports Elistray, and a new Drowish pantheon led by Elistray, also known as the Drowish Dancer of Joy. It's their own version of the Joy Dancer. But you are correct. You had all... Oh, and go ahead and give yourself DM inspiration. If you don't have it, you can give it to someone else.
I do have it. Who does not?
Well, go ahead and give yourself a luck point then, if everybody has DM inspiration.
Oh my god, I forgot I was on push to talk. I just said, Essie, I wish you would write all of these into novels because I want to read all about this world.
Well, they're all in, most of this is in our it's all in our Discord channels. I do have to add... Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, I already wrote 1 book for our Stormwatch game, and that was a daunting task. But I like to think I would rather make a source book than an actual book for this stuff. That is our goal. Technically, we have enough to make a nice PDF, so I'm going to try and do that first. But all of this can be found. Hello, Anna. Anna's one of our patrons, that one aromantic. All this information can be found in our Discord, and also in the timeline that we have, that I'm also in the works of converting all the Discord stuff to the World Anvil. So that will all be there for you in the pseudo PDF, and then we'll just transfer the PDF. But eventually, yes, I would like to make a PDF and a source book. Thank you for volunteering to assist with that.
I got your back.
Hell
I will
yeah, hells
help.
yeah. Thank you.
Selfishly, I want this to happen.
Yes, I mean, same. for very obvious reasons. So, we left off inside of the embassy after bringing in this adorable child that you had saved from children that were bullying her by bullying those said children, which was delightful. It's a fun little running joke we have. So, we brought her here to the embassy, and we are currently catching up with the Kairosian Ambassador, the recently instilled Kairosian Ambassador who had came with you from the Isle of Halavas per your discretion to be the new ambassador of the Vasquatoria itself, who eventually is going to make her way up to the City of Lights, but for now is checking in at the embassy here in Bastion's Hold, the fortified city of the center of military strength in the Vasquatoria. It is a city of national pride and militarism, and it is well guarded, well fortified, well patrolled, and consists mostly of soldiers, their families, and a discrepancy and a disparaging gap between that class status and many individuals who live in poverty here as well. There is definitely some pretty significant and concerning class disparities here that have been apparent throughout the city. So, that being said, this is where we pick up this session today. You are inside of the embassy with Dawn, Heavensfire crew, yet to be named. What do you do?
That's right, we don't have a name. Sorry.
So I guess the first thing is, what is I would ask, like, what's the longest message that I could possibly send all the way back home?
Speaking with
This is
Ivana.
this is gonna be like kind of a lot, and like I just left. It's only been like a couple of weeks, and my moms are gonna freak out a little bit. But this is super important. So, how do I get a message to my family?
Ivana looks at you and says, well, I can do it with sending for 25 words or less, but if you want to actually compose a letter, I'd be happy to pen one for you.
Probably short form. We should probably do a sending spell.
Oh, I'd be happy
Just so
to.
we can. Yeah, that would be great. 25 words or less.
Unfortunately, it has to be someone that I've met, or that I'm at least somewhat familiar with. Now, if it is, I can send a message to one of the emissaries of the Great Four Houses, but I need to know which one.
That would be the House of Summer.
Very good.
And then a message to Suni Nzinga. She decided to keep her last name, which, you know, so that's my sister. Let's see, 20 Suni, have surprise, get on boat, meet me in, what city are we in now?
Bastion's Hold, dear.
Bastion's Hold.
You should probably mention the child. Just so
I did have surprise.
Surprise! I have a kid now.
Well, a child surprise is something different entirely. That's in... Sorry, I had to quote The Witcher.
Oh, how many words do I have left? Her name is Dawn.
Anything else?
Thank you.
She's very cute. And hopefully she doesn't think that that's a new partner.
Uh-oh.
I feel like right now it could either be a cat, a partner, or a child.
It could go one of many ways, I do believe. That can be taken.
Well, pardon me 1 minute. I'll send that to the ambassador for the House of Summer, and they will transfer the message to the appropriate personnel. At least one can hope. It's, I'll also help you pen a letter, just in case. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Pardon
Letter
me one
will
moment.
be.
And she kind of steps away, and just you can see a little bit of magic coming out of her fingertips, and kind of makes her horns glow a little bit, and just sort of the side of her ear is kind of pulsing with this radiant silver energy, as she repeats what you have said verbatim. As she kind of wanders towards the rear of the embassy, it's a larger building. There are a lot of other offices that are here. There is a courtyard as well. Recall, it's this building here. And as she kind of makes her way towards the back, so you're in sort of this main hall here, and as you can see, there's sort of like a courtyard where you can kind of walk around the courtyard here, and there are various storage side offices, rooms for storage. And the central room here is sort of the main office, and she kind of walks back to the rear alcove where you can see into the courtyard with the lush greenery that is there. There's sort of like a beautiful hanging garden, a Kairosian hanging garden that wraps around the inside of the courtyard with all lots of flora from more tropical regions of the continent of Karnos. It's very pretty, lots of vibrant oranges and yellows in there as well. Very summery in its own way. But she kind of steps out there momentarily into the courtyard. The sun overhead, though, sort of gives way to a mild overcast, as sort of a little bit of fog is always constantly rolling in and out of Bastion's hold, being so close to the shore, and in this particular region of the shoreline, again, lots of fog coming in and out. But in addition to that, and sort of the overcast, which is rolling in overhead, she returns and says, I'll be happy to start to pen that letter, just in case. Our ambassador is currently... I had forgotten that the one ambassador that I know, that is the ambassador to the Great Four Houses, serves all four houses simultaneously, so I'll have to make sure that they're able to get back to the House of Summer in a timely manner. Currently, they're parlaying with the House of Spring, so it might take them, might take my colleagues some time to actually traverse back to the opposite side of the Great Forest. As you know, it's the Great Forest of Karnak is pretty great as far as scope and size.
No, that was great, and thank you so much for that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so as for a letter, that'll definitely be a bit more detailed.
Anything you want to transcribe, I can certainly pen down here for you.
I know I haven't been gone that long. I was like, I know I haven't been gone that long. Apologies, but we have a new family member now, and I need you to take care of her for me until I get back. Her name is Dawn, and she's lovely and very strong and bright. However, she does need to learn to read and write, and I'm adventuring, so I can't teach her that myself as well as I'd like to. And I know you guys are going to give her a very loving home, and I will see you when you get here to come collect her.
Come collect her. Period. Wonderful. Anything else you want me to write down in this lovely letter? Back to the Four Houses.
Bring my strings.
In the what?
Yeah, love Amina, P.S. Bring my strings.
Bring the strings. Very good. Oh, and Mabel, I have your belongings here as well that were sent ahead, so you can go ahead and pick them up. Also, if you had sent any of these belongings, any of your belongings here as well, Amina, I would hope that they would also have arrived with Mabel. So it would be in the second door to the left down the hall along the southwestern corner of the walkway here where the offices and storage are. So feel free to collect whatever belongings you might have sent ahead of you, and in the meantime, can I get any of the rest of you some lady fingers and tea?
Oh yes, please.
Tea sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
That's lovely.
Yeah,
Tea would be lovely.
absolutely. Thank you.
So go ahead, and I want to have everybody else in the meantime Go ahead and roll. Everybody roll a d20. Put your results in the chat. This is for Avalon's tarot poll. Roll d20. It is the card we pulled is upright, so that's good news. So let's see who can get some benefits here. From
Oh
our
man,
very
the
first
second
tarot
one was
poll.
19. I think I need to use the other dice. I got a 10.
10. Okay, 10, 16, 18. One more. What are we missing?
Mabel.
Oh, all right. See what our friend Mabel gets. 13. All right, so that's going to go to Amina. Amina, go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
D4.
This is 3.
And with the boon of the sorcerer and the sorcerer's blessing from the adventurer's tarot, and I love the red version here. So basically all of the cards have multiple different versions. Many of them are different colors. Some of them have different variations, but the sorcerer or sorceress is going to grant you their boon. So you're going to have advantage. And don't forget, for any boons, benefits, or negative aspects that you receive from a tarot card pull, please be sure to write that in your notes in your character sheet. Or if you're using Microsoft Word, you can do that there as well. Though it'd be a big help to me if you put it in your character sheet. And write it down just so you know, and they last until used. So this is advantage on the next Arcana check of your choosing. As you gain
Thank
the
you.
blessing of the sorcerer or sorceress. Okay. So, cool. First tarot card. Card. I can say words. In the books. And ready to go. Proceed.
Mabel will go get her stuff.
Okay.
She comes out of the room with a really big like traveling bag.
Mm-hmm.
That's now going to take the place of her baking bag, which fits inside this one because it's pretty large, and then a giant scabbard that she swings across her back.
Excellent.
Love it.
If any of you want to, by the way, you can throw stuff in my bag of holding. It has, I think I can hold like 1,000 pounds worth of stuff or something. I haven't really tested its limits, but it holds a lot.
Oh my God, Willow, can I put all of my baking supplies in there? Because it's been rough carrying around 500 pounds of sugar.
Absolutely. She slings the bag off of her back. So much sugar. Sorry. I assume it's in little cubes. So it's just like so many little sugar Legos.
Little sugar cubes.
No, she molds them with like hearts. They're like little hearts.
They're animal
Sorry,
shaped. They all look like different animals.
Amazing.
She slings the bag off her back, and it's got like metal plates, so it sort of lines up with her armor. But it looks like a normal small rucksack. But when she opens it, you see she like reaches her hand all the way in, just to like illustrate how it is magical. And she sort of holds it open and lets you deposit whatever you want in there.
She pulls out an obscene amount of sugar and flour and like chocolate chips and just like, you don't even know how it got all in there. It's not a bag of holding. It's just a regular bag, but there is so much cooking supplies. And she just continuously shoves it into your bag.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. I am not as young as I used to be, and my back was not loving that. So I very much appreciate it, Willow. Thank you.
Of course. If you ever need me to like repair your bag or anything like that, let me know. I can do that too.
She just kind of looks at you like, wait, repair my back? Do you give massages?
I misheard you as a player. I thought you said your bag, like with a G.
No,
couldn't take that anymore.
I heard that too.
I was
I-
my back. Her back cannot take it anymore, and she was
hey, if we're giving out
very,
massages.
very interested in massages.
I
See,
actually misheard
I
you.
assumed that you were just gonna give her a new spine.
Yeah.
That
Give me a
also
minute.
could have.
I mean, it is very on brand for the Artificer.
If we had a couple months of downtime for the research and development, that could possibly happen, but that's beside the point. No, I think I misheard you. I was talking about your bag.
Oh,
I was
my
saying
bag is
if your
fine.
sack
Oh.
starts to tear or something, I can repair it.
That is also very useful, and if that happens, I will tell you because I'm often very hard on my traveling bag and supplies. So I will let you know, and thank you. Also, if
course.
anybody cares, I have been told I give excellent massages, and she like flexes her very big, strong hands.
Listen, if there's one thing I've always wanted, it's for a back massage from a bugbear, from a woman bugbear. Please.
Yep. Yep.
I would
will.
100% spend all of my money on that massage parlor.
Oh no, her bakery is now going to be half bakery, half massage parlor.
Yes, half day spa.
Yes. Oh, it's going to be a whole spa now. This has grown. This is great.
I'm here for it.
Yep.
This is going to be the epilogue.
We're gonna have to
It
retire
smells
to an
so
entire
good in there.
strip mall somehow.
Yeah, it's like essential oils and also raspberry jelly tarts. Oof, the best.
I love this idea for Mabel. I hope she survives.
That's the campaign now. We're just gonna settle in the Adricolina and just open up like a whole thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
The whole goal now is to make sure Mabel survives so that we can open up this incredible store that's going to turn into some kind of mall.
One of the Kairosian Kilneys that is currently standing guard at in the vestibule of the embassy, kind of just is constantly continuously looking out the window, and then also remember that even though she's not here physically, that Harmony is still with you. Harmony kind of takes a few steps forward over towards the window, and the Kairosian Kilney, the Kilney is just a name for elite warrior or sort of a protector, a praetorian, a vanguard, turns over their shoulder and just, "There's something happening outside, Mum. Think you might want to come have a look. Come have a look-see." These are two half-orcs that are with you.
I love your
We'll
voices.
go take a look, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mabel-
I'm still holding Dawn's hand, and I'm just gonna be like, all right,
Mabel will
ready to like pick her up and bolt if something terrible happens.
Well, the actual ambassador herself is just kind of, pardon me, and kind of makes a beeline right for the window and kind of looks out, and you just hear Ivana just, "Oh dear." And I assume the rest of you all kind of go and take a peek out the window.
Yeah, Willow.
Oh, yeah,
Willow
I-
goes
Oh,
right to the
absolutely.
window.
Oh yeah, yeah.
looking
Absolutely.
out over everybody's head.
The same individual that you had met at the docks, Lieutenant Ludwig, along with 6 Voscatorian soldiers, the royal soldiers, are standing outside, and there's a bit of a crowd that is kind of gathering, and you can see that they have just finished kind of pushing their way through, and some of them are holding back a large crowd of, right now, about 50 people who are kind of murmuring outside, and a little bit of a raucous crowd has gathered outside of the Kairosian Embassy. Some of them don't seem too happy.
What's happening? They don't look very happy. Should I mean, I have cookies. Should I start handing them out?
Did
What are we doing here?
did all of you show? So, when you first arrived, there were propaganda leaflets that had been distributed through the entirety of Bastion's Hold, thus tonight's episode, A Propaganda Problem, and you had brought them with you, but then you had a pleasant distraction with Dawn and had made your way to the Kairosian Embassy. But I refreshed my memory. Did you actually bring the propaganda leaflets to the attention of Ivana Russman, who also kind of settled in at the same time you did? Who
I
doesn't
don't know
seem
if
to have
anybody-
picked up
I don't
any
think
of the
we've gotten
documents,
that
maybe
far.
thinking it was trash.
Willow
can
did
say
not. I
Mabel
can say
did.
that for sure.
Mabel totally did.
Well, Mabel
I
can totally
remember
do it right now.
Okay. Mabel's always looking at stuff on the ground, afraid that she's going to step on things, so she probably saw it and picked it up.
Okay. Oh, and I made a fancy handout for this.
Ooh.
So so give y'all the chance to reread that. And that is the emblem of the Kairosian. That is a simplified emblem of the Kairosian Empire. The two dragons sort of coiled around either side of a downward striking blade, the blade of Asindra, which is kind of a holy symbol in the Kairosian Empire to symbolize the moment where she descended from the heavens to strike with holy might the first and great betrayer, basically the this world's most hated fiend from thousands of years ago, Satyr, the dark god of betrayal and murder. And there is still a crater just east of the Overwatch where people say that she descended and struck down Satyr, and with her blade sort of from the heavens. So that symbolism there is very important to the Kairosian Empire. It's why it's on their flag. So, but that is certainly heraldry of the Kairosian Empire. But this is concerning, at the very least. And the first thing I will tell you, Mabel, it is likely that you are immediately struck with disbelief of some kind, however you want to play that. But Ivana seems completely oblivious to anything that's happening.
I will pull the packet out of my pocket, wherever it is, and silently hand it over to Ivana. Be like, we found this.
What is this?
It has to do with this.
Give that here. And she kind of snatches it. And she looks up. Sorry, didn't mean to snatch it out of your hands.
No, it's very concerning.
She's kind of like mumbling to herself a little bit as she takes the time to read this. After a few moments, she looks very upset, very distraught, and just... Where did you get this?
They're handing them out down by the docks.
Well, less of handing them out and more of someone had distributed them in the evening throughout the entire city and had just kind of ran down the street, and it almost seems like somebody had just been throwing them in piles, running through the entirety of the city, distributing these throughout every corner of the city. The ground is littered with them, but there's so many that it actually might not have occurred to some people to even pick them up because they're just everywhere.
I'll just point out the window at the covering of letters on the ground and be like, that's what all of those say. They're all over the city.
I'm not one for picking up trash, and it seems like the one time I should have done so is... Oh, my goodness. What do you make of this?
I don't know what to think about it. I don't understand why it's here. Who's spreading this? I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Well, this is outrageous! This is absolutely fucking outrageous! Oh, excuse my language, darlings. I'm sorry for cursing. Were you aware of this? Have you seen this?
Only just today. I had no idea.
Oh.
DM.
And
She starts
then, we got a
pacing.
little bit more distracted.
Yes.
Coming from the crown, does the Watchers mean anything? Is that a known faction in any sense?
The Watchers...
I know Odror's rebellion is kind of like a historical thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, does the Watchers mean anything?
The Watchers, yes. Everyone would be aware of the Watchers. The Watchers is also a more common name for the remnants of Odror's rebellion. They call themselves the Watchers, which is kind of... It's offensive to more military types because there is the Watchers Wood, which is a sacred grove for Frovinia, the Wild Mother, and also for Mercidial as well, and the goddesses of the moon. So Linearia and Mercidial. Mercidial is more of is sort of like the aspect of the dark side of the moon, and of the moon, Mercedial itself, the darker moon that has more of a crimson tint to it. But specifically, it's a sacred grove of Fravinia, the Wild Mother, and of Lineria, the Twilight Spinner. And for the remnants of Odor's Rebellion to call themselves the Watchers of the Watchers Wood, which is, they're mostly based in the Watchers Wood, it's kind of offensive to more religious or military types, but they do call themselves the Watchers.
So would Mabel
Got
be offended by that then?
Well, that's more of a, Mabel would be less familiar, because the Odor's Rebellion is a Veltherian problem. It's a Vascratorian problem.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
And then the accusation on the pamphlet about desecrating sacred traditions, is that reminiscent of any, like, does Willow know what that is? Like, claiming ancient relics is obviously what happens when they take stuff from Arcassian ruins and whatnot, but the desecrating sacred traditions doesn't ring a bell for me.
It seems to be more of a general statement about plundering the Arcassian ruins that has been increasing in frequency over the past decade or so.
Okay, so it's not like a
Several
specific
decades.
thing that they're pointing to. It's more just like a corollary point.
It also seems like it could possibly correlate directly to the Ark falling from the sky. And as you all remember, there was a mass exodus from that is still continuing of pilgrims who are going to try and sail towards the Ark that has now landed in the Velasa Ocean. And you recall Ludwig was commenting on that when he had first arrived, that there will be a time and a place, and that the Ark isn't going anywhere, and that at some point the government is going to need to be able to continue. So a lot of people, from what he was saying, are going to be losing their jobs or may find themselves out of work, and that those who are taking a more wait-and-see approach to this entity that has fallen from the sky, it's more complicated, and he's doing his best to maintain order and keep people working. Though, of course, as to be expected, there was a mass exodus, and the military has been dispatched. The Navy has been dispatched en masse, as you saw when you first sailed into the bay, into Bastion's harbor.
Okay, so
it's likely something that was crafted or edited recently, based on these statements about the Ark itself.
Right.
Word spreads fast.
The problem is that this is essentially saying that the Kairosian Empire is directly in league with the remnants of Odor's Rebellion, known as the Watchers, which is like Odor's Rebellion and the Watchers. That's like public enemy number one. That was 100 years of death and carnage and warfare that ravaged the entirety of the Vascratoria, that was only stopped by the unleashing of chemical weapons at Barak Tal.
I did not piece together the association there. I am so sorry. Okay.
That's why
I was trying to like piece together why there were protesters at the Kairosian Embassy. It did not land in my head until this moment. Sorry, we're good. I'm good.
That's why Mabel, you're very upset by this.
Yeah.
Don't drag us into this. What's happening?
Yeah, and for those that aren't from the Vascratoria, those of you that are from the Vascratoria can probably explain how bad the association with the Watchers could possibly be, especially in a military city like Bastion's Hold.
So now is probably not a good time to mention that I am a follower of Lineria.
Well, no, that would be a good thing. So, the Lineria was one of the prime deities, and for centuries, the Watchers Wood has been a haven. It is considered a sacred grove for the Coven of Siblings. The Coven of Siblings is essentially, think of the Kobold Soul. They are a third-party organization that is based out of the Vascratoria here in Veltheria, and they operate to as sort of an independent organization that seeks to right the injustices of the world and work with in tandem to various governments and local leaders to facilitate and solve some of the problems. But they are essentially sanctioned by the queen herself, and they also tend to run and operate most of the sacred temples, including the main temples to the Wild Mother and to Lineria, the Twilight Spinner, in the Watchers Wood. And you know that the largest temples in the world, to Lineria and to Fravinia, are in the Watchers Wood here. Now, what offends people here is that the remnants of Odror's rebellion, which was again 100 years of death and carnage that ravaged Valtheria, with the people eventually siding with the government and saying, yes, it's okay for we want you to use Dragon's Bite, the Dragon's Bite gas on Barak Tal to stop the carnage. Odror was actually publicly executed, and he was dragged on the ground by a horse from the City of Lights, Theodra Kalina, all the way to Bastion's Hold. So there wasn't much left of him. That's how he was publicly executed. And the people would throw things at him, at his corpse, as he was dragged down the main road. So pretty gruesome stuff, right? But Odror's rebellion, and the people really were completely turned in favor of the queen in stopping the war and reinstating order. So the Watchers, being rebels that are remnants of Odror's rebellion, it's a dirty word in the fact that they call themselves, that they say that they claim to be fighting for the people. The fact that they operate mostly out of the Watchers wouldn't call themselves the Watchers. People have the remnants of Odror's rebellion because of how terrible and gruesome and bloody the 100 Years' War was.
And how long ago did it end?
It ended about less than a decade ago.
Oh.
So it's still relatively fresh. Yeah.
I was alive for most of that.
Yes. So yeah, lore dump. But it's an important lore dump. So, but yes, the prime deities are worshipped here in the Voskratoria under the crown, so you'll be fine.
I think we might. I think we need to get Dawn out of here.
I think we should all get out of here.
I agree. I'm saying
I
we
would
should prioritize
also-
protecting the child.
Harmony
Of course.
Harmony speaks up and says, "Let me handle this. Give me a moment." And she steps outside to engage with the crowd and with Lieutenant Ludwig. And closes the door behind her.
So Amina just looks at Dawn and says, "Did you see how her horns were glowing when she was doing magic?"
Yes! It was so pretty.
Yeah.
I gotta learn how to
After
do
you
that.
after you learn how to read and write, you can definitely learn how to do magic like that.
You'll teach me?
Well, my sister's gonna teach you. Her
Well,
name is Suni, and
okay.
she looks almost exactly like me, but she's a little bit taller, and her skin is less orange and more red.
And you're gonna come back and visit and help me learn how to do magic, right?
All the time. All the
Okay, good.
time.
I hope
Yes,
so.
and I know some of my smaller instruments are still in the house somewhere, so feel free to play with them if you would like to learn how to play
Okay.
music as well.
I'll practice every day and through the night to make sure that I'm good enough to play you a song when you come back and see me.
Just full crying now. I don't want to send her away, but I know it's not necessarily safe for her to come with
yeah.
me.
Mabel's eyes
Staying
are
up on.
so big.
Please, you still need to get lots of sleep. I know you're excited, but staying up all night's not good for your health.
Oh, I intend to stay up into the wee hours of the morning and playing these instruments as loud as I can.
Oh gosh, my mother's
Girl.
Mama's gonna
girl.
be real upset because that was also me growing up. It's still me.
Just like you. So, what happens when Harmony opens the door? It's just like out of a movie, right? Where she opens it and you can hear the noise like flood in through the door. And kind of watching her walk out, she sees how intense it is and closes the door behind her. And a couple of tomatoes actually get thrown over towards the door. And she has to duck. And you see Lieutenant Ludwig, as well as the soldiers, turn around and start shouting. And some of the protesters who are throwing fruit at the embassy, two of the Crown's Guard immediately just take their shields and just start bashing a couple of the people into the crowd, pushing them back. And they're shouting on both sides, and you can see the crowd really getting violent and intense. And the lieutenant is just, you can see him pointing and shouting, and the crowd kind of dissipates a little bit as they kind of push back. And they're trying to restore order in their own way. Yeah, content warning for some, which we went over. There is definitely some authoritarian police brutality that happens in the city specifically. So, ongoing content warning for people watching there for some abusive police powers here in the fantasy setting. Anyway, that's what you see outside. We're gonna go back inside the embassy. Carry on.
Is there a back door to this place?
Well, there is, but it's locked and barred. It's likely secure. We also have two more Kilsneys that are back there watching the rear door, but it seems like most people are gathering out front at least. I'll run and check the rear door.
Is there anything that we can do?
My point was that we should leave through the back door.
Oh, yes. That's a good idea.
I think staying in this building is not a great idea.
Right.
I don't disagree.
They're going to wreck the embassy. Best that no one be in it to cause some sort of international incident.
Right, that's exactly. Well, and also us to not die, ideally. But that was exactly my point. We shouldn't be here if, tomatoes turn to rocks, turn to fire.
Fire.
Anyway. I feel like based on these pamphlets, though, those people have a right to be angry. I am. Is there anything that we can do?
As far as I know, these Watchers have nothing to do with y'all. They shouldn't be mad at the embassy. They shouldn't be mad at you, right?
Well, the pamphlet says that they're working together.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, but this is the only thing that Willow has seen that suggests that, right?
Right.
So she's trying to give these people the benefit of the doubt because she has no reason to believe that they are doing that. So it's like yeah.
Oh,
anyway,
I meant like, I understand why the people are angry at the Kairosians if they think that we're in league with the Watchers. So I feel like they have a reason to be angry at this embassy because they are being told, according to Mabel, lies. She doesn't believe that this is happening. She is very upset about this, but she's also concerned about the people who are getting like beaten outside for being angry for basically the same reason she is.
Is there any way we can diffuse this? I'm not good at talking or anything, but...
So, Ojor's rebellion started in 1034 EV, the era of Valerian, so that is this era. So it started in 1034 and it ended in 1137. 1137 was when Dragon's Bite was unleashed, and 6 months later the war was over. Barak Tal to the northeast, the old dwarven stronghold, the old dwarven citadel, is just essentially a ruin, an abandoned ruin now. And the current year is 1357, so yeah, about just over a century ago. So 1140, Borthon Ojor was publicly executed, and it's now 1357. So it's essentially it's creeping up on about the same time as, give it a few more years and it will be kind of like referring to World War II here, in a couple more centuries.
Amina just kind of gets this look on her face as she remembers the fact that her brother Lysander did in fact fight in this war. Not a ton, but he did. And she's just like, oh. Okay, no, focus. The important thing is getting out of here and keeping Dawn safe until I can get her home.
And as you are all, oh, it's Rudolph. And as you're all kind of discussing, and in this moment of panic, where you're all kind of like trying to figure out what's going on, your emotions are running high. There's uncertainty and confusion and concern for the safety of your adopted child, your adopted tiefling child, Dawn. Here, the door swings open again, and you can hear that rush of sound, but it is quieter than it was before, and Harmony just catches her breath and her bearings, and you can see the crowd now being dispersed as about another dozen soldiers come in and are now dispersing the crowd and directing them to return to their homes and to disperse the area outside of the embassy. And you can see that her old family friend, Lieutenant Ludwig, is sort of leading the dispersal. And nobody seems to be particularly injured. There are a couple of people that are helped up, but then also promptly pushed on their way back out of the area of the embassy. And Harmony just fixes her hair. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask if I can look over the pamphlets and whatnot and see if there's anything that might suggest where they came from. Some sort of mark of where they were printed, or a signature somewhere on it. Something that would give us a clue on where they came from.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. So roll a d20, add your intelligence modifier.
Sure.
Because it's kind of a nondescript task of trying to figure out or kind of get to the bottom of this. As you're doing that and making those checks, squeaky cables. As you're doing that and making those checks, Harmony says, "We have 24 hours. I have some damage control to do, but between myself and Lieutenant Ludwig, we're respected enough that we can at least disperse this crowd for the time being. If we can figure out what has happened, this is to give our new friends the benefit of the doubt. There is possibly foul play here at work. I unfortunately cannot be seen engaging in the attempt to remedy this directly, but I will be working behind the scenes with Lieutenant Ludwig and also with the Lawmaster Grisombergovich to try and figure out exactly what is going on and to keep the people at bay. We will need to release some counter documents of our own, or at least have the town criers working overtime to urge the people not to act without certainty. But the Lawmaster has given all of you 24 hours to resolve this problem. Try and get to the bottom of it before the embassy is permanently closed and we have bigger problems."
Thank you for handling that.
It's my pleasure.
I assume that, and I look over at Ivana?
Ivana, yep.
Yep. I assume there should be some statement from the Kairosian Empire about this.
That's up to me. I better get to work.
Yeah. Let me know if there's anything that I can do, or of any help. I don't know how this started, but I am very curious to see how it is resolved.
Also, Avalon, can you also make me a history check as well, in addition to that?
Yes.
Okay.
That straight intelligence check, which I burned a luck point for still,
Okay.
only ended up being a 12 total. I rolled an 8 and then I rolled a 4.
Okay, yeah, hard to really discern too much from the paper itself. But go ahead and make a history check.
Dirty 20 on the history.
Ooh, okay. That's good. So, you know that in Bastion's Hold itself, there is a printworks down by the docks, in the docks ward. There is a warehouse that serves as a printing press, and it is likely that in order for these to be mass produced so quickly, given that there is reference to the ark that has landed in the Velas Ocean, that it has likely been printed either legally or illegally at the print works, the largest print works, given how many pamphlets there are as well. But Avalon, you know that the largest print works, really the only show in town, really. There's a couple of independent publications that do more handwritten, with your Dirty 20, that two other publications that do more sort of handwritten flyers in like a limited run, and each of these independent print organizations has a smaller readership, mostly because they have only one or two printing press machines, and that both of these tend to be very dry publication. One is sort of on local comings and goings of like dog shows and bakery sales and bake sales and things like that, and the other is a like a horoscope type of in like a tabloid. So it seems a couple of things catching your. It could be any of the other two, but the largest printing press that has about 18 machines is the Printworks down by the docks.
Okay. If we leave Dawn with you guys, with you, she gestures to the ambassadors. Is that the correct title for
Yes.
Ivana and Co? Is that the correct title, ambassador?
Yes.
Is Dawn gonna be safe if we leave her with you?
I think so. I think that would behoove us to do so.
Who?
All right.
Yes, it probably would.
So it is the Inkswell Printworks, which is several entendres all at once.
Inkswell?
There's
Inkswell. So Inkswell, or Inkswell, or Inkwell, Inkswell, like an ocean swell. Yes, there's a lot of things going on there. Why did my music stop?
All right. So there's a printing press here in town. Well, there's a few, but there's only one that's real big that would be able to do this many things this quickly. It's the I immediately forgot. Inkswell Press?
Inkswell Printworks.
Printworks. The Inkswell Printworks here in town is probably the only place that would be able to do this. We might be able to figure out who did this and go from there. Figure out why they're trying to get y'all in trouble and whatnot.
Well, what's the plan for when we find them? Like,
I
what?
Don't
what?
know.
I'll turn to Ivana. What do you want us to do about this? Just politely ask them to stop?
I and you can see her like looking up from her desk as she's like furiously printing. I have no idea. I have no idea what can be done, but if a Harmony is going to give us time to figure out exactly what's going to be happen, we might as well launch our own independent investigation. I'll even pen that in our response. That we are
perfect.
attempting to get to the bottom of what's happening with, I guess, our own investigation that is sanctioned by Harmony. Says yes, so I will make sure that any activities that you conduct will be part of an official Kairosian investigation. You have 24 hours of impunity. After that, it will be difficult to help the situation.
I'd ask Harmony, once we find people, instead of facing them ourselves, should we just come straight to the Lawmaster or you and give you the information? I'm not sure that we are equipped ourselves to. I mean, we can bully children. I'm not sure we should be bullying someone who is probably in charge of all of this.
I suppose that would be up to you.
Well,
I think it would be...
we'll go at it how would be beneficial for the situation.
If
a
you
lot.
want to check in with me and the Lawmaster, I will be positioning myself at the Justicar's Hall in the northwest. Easy enough to find. And I have, at least for the time being, the ear of Grissom. Once you find or get to the bottom of whatever's happening, you can find me at the Lawmaster's Hall, or should you need to take matters into your own hands, I'll be sure to do whatever I or we can to make sure that any activity that, so long as you have evidence and proof, we'll be able to provide you with impunity.
I have a question then to all of you, and to especially you, Yvonne. Should I go in as myself as an emissary? Or do you think this is a time for intimidation?
Let's
I think that's really up to you.
let's wait and see what's necessary.
We will see what the situation demands.
I think between Amina and Key, there's plenty of. I feel like there are ways we can get this done charismatically. If we don't need to be aggressive, that would probably be ideal, just to avoid inciting another riot. She sort of gestures to the window and the
I would prefer
currently
that.
dispersing crowd.
I would definitely prefer being an emissary, but
If violence breaks out and you two end up attacking citizens of the crown, and I do the air quotes just because of the dubious nature of the people printing these things, that could make the problem worse.
that's what I thought. But I figured I would ask.
I
I'm
can
not
definitely
so-
try and do talking.
Yes.
Surprisingly enough, talking tends to be one of my stronger suits.
Mine is not, so I very
Mine's
much
not-
appreciate.
Mine's not either, but
I
well,
tend
that's
to
why we're not alone, isn't it?
I tend to scare people
Act first.
even when
Think-
I'm smiling sometimes. So
Mhm.
big toothy grin with her fangs.
All right. Well, before we go doing this, I'm gonna take a little bit of time. I need to switch to the other armor just in case things do get aggressive. Can we take some time before we start doing our investigation so that I can switch to the Guardian armor? It's just slightly different armor. Let me double check on my sheet. I think I can do it with like a short rest or whatever. Yeah.
Mabel's-
It'll take some time for me to sort of reattach everything, but it'll make it it just provides extra protection if things do get difficult.
I think that's
Is it okay, or are we in too much of a hurry?
I mean, we have 24 hours, so I feel like that's, if that's going to make you safer, then I'm all for it. I will also
Mhm.
get ready. And she takes her bag and just sits down. I don't know if there's a chair here, but she'll sit down wherever and start pulling some things out of her bag, the new bag that she has.
Okay. I mean, y'all have as much time as you need. Ivana is currently penning the official Kairosian statement to what's happening, so. However you would like to proceed. The world is yours.
Is it safe to leave yet?
The crowd seems to have dispersed, yes.
Mabel, I don't know if anyone's paying attention. She has pulled a few things out of her bag to get underneath, and you can see like some shiny things that look suspiciously like pieces of armor. And then like she starts taking out daggers and like like a little knives and stuff, and starts putting it on her body in different places, and then like has a belt that she puts on, and she slowly starts looking a little more less motherly friendly as she's
Right.
taking weapons and putting them on. She's
So-
not putting the armor on, but she's putting some weapons on just in cases.
So you're all having that badass moment in the movie where you all gear up and you're loading up,
I
putting
feel
on
like-
your battle
Yeah.
armor and your knives and
Arr.
daggers,
I feel
scabbards
like
and
it's more
swords.
somber. I feel like it's more somber than badass for us because we're not really wanting to get into a fight.
Right.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
we're
that
also
too.
aware that it's
Bad.
probably going to happen.
Mabel-
How is
Mabel is not happy about this.
how is
Yeah,
how is
so-
Amina and how are Amina and Key kind of doing their badass prep for this, for getting ready while everyone's like gearing up?
Key's just sitting there cross-legged with their like shield in their lap, just like doing that sort of stem thing with the palm of their bracelet and the palm of the hand, just like fingers clutching and unclutching
Mhm.
around it like a stem. While everybody else is doing this sort of montage, like this is what I got, y'all.
Okay. How about Amina? What's she doing?
Amina is checking her sword, which she hasn't had to use yet, like ever. You know, it's only ever been practicing with her siblings. She's never actually had to use her blade on a living being before, so
Mhm.
she's really nervous. But at the same time, she's still has Dawn with her, so she's trying to she's masking that nervousness by like showing her how to like hold the sword, and of course it's like way too big for her, so then she pulls out her dagger and she's like, try it with this, and she's just sort of focusing on Dawn, and then she looks at Yvonne and goes, is there like a bedroom or like a like a bathtub somewhere around here? We've got some time and I'd really like to kind of pamper Dawn before I run out to go
She
do
looks
political stuff.
She looks out. She looks up from writing, and you can see her hair is a little frazzled now, and she looks very distraught. She said, "Is there time?"
One more, excuse me?
Is there time? I don't think there's time right now from where I'm sitting. I was hoping you would just go.
Oh, well, she still needs a bath.
I will bathe her. Don't worry about it.
This is so adorable.
Okay.
Mabel's distracted.
This
by
lady
how-
just told us to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
Definitely
like,
was like,
she's really frazzled right now. She is.
To be fair, there was a
Definitely-
mob on her
yes.
on like on the front step like 20 minutes ago.
Yes. that is true.
So I get the frazzledness. Sorry.
So then,
I
yeah, so then
interrupted.
they go back to the weapons, and she's just sort of walking her through like the different forms in the fighting styles that she's been taught, and yeah, she's just sort of, and then she pulls out her violin and says, but this is my greatest weapon because I don't have to hurt people with it. They just listen to my music and they tend to feel better.
Mabel has like tears in her eyes of joy just listening to you. She's so proud.
I'm thinking back to the Guardian thing that you blew up with Shatter, though.
Well, let's hope that
Oh
all
my
of this
gosh.
combined talent is enough to get us out of the sticky wicket that we find ourselves in. Otherwise, we're going to be screwed come morning.
Well, that's why we're doing it.
Yes.
Um,
And she just kind of and pens the last little bit, and we're going to have to make several revisions to this. But as soon as we do, after I'm done with the official statement, I will make sure to give Dawn a bath. Whew.
Okay.
Okay. By the way, does anyone remember roughly what time it is? I think it's like midday, right? Right around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
that sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll say it's about 2.
So yeah, as Willow's changing into the or changing out her armor pieces, she's sort of swapping around different aspects of her armor. The main thing she focuses on is reattaching these sort of hydraulic bits Where before they were attached to the legs and they helped her move both quietly and quickly, now it's attached to a heavy gauntlet on her right arm. And it has two large rings, one by her wrist and one closer to her elbow, and the hydraulic sort of connects them. She has also swapped out the chest pieces and the leg pieces for these sort of larger plate pieces rather than the tiny scales. She looks it's a bulkier armor, and as she moves, you can hear it move with her in a way that the other armor didn't. But it also seems like it's much more protective, and there's a sort of apparatus, for lack of a better way to put it, on the chest that wasn't there before, and is sort of glowing with a dull green glow, just barely, and that's connected to like the power source on her prosthetic arm. All right, I'm ready to go, I think.
Cool.
I
Okay.
haven't properly tested this one, but we're gonna find out.
So, new subs trigger terror pulls. Luckily, it's another benefit and a boon, so I'm going to have those. So I think, Garnet, you got the last one right for the advantage on the Arcana check. All right. And also, yes, Ivana is being very short because she is very stressed. So she is definitely being a little short with y'all. But Avalon and Nikki and Rory, could y'all roll a d20 for me? Put your results in the chat for me, please, the Roll20 chat. Because we got a new sub. So yeah, thank you, God King Devin. We appreciate it. That's a 20. Let's see if we get two 20s. 6. Okay, Key, roll a d4 for me, please.
Okay, D4. That's what this one is. I hate that one. Stepping on that one hurts. 3.
Yeah. That's the pain in the foot.
Yeah,
Pain in the
yeah,
foot
yeah.
die.
That's a pain in the foot die.
Our friends
Lego
over
of
at...
dice.
Go ahead, Garnet, sorry.
I was just saying that the D4 is the Lego of dice.
Yeah,
It is. Oh,
it
they're
is.
caltrops. They're actual caltrops.
Yup.
And you got a 4, you said?
A 3.
A 3, okay. Oh, cool, cool. Ah. Okay. As you are leaving, you can see that there is a shrine that is located inside of the main office, sort of set back. It's sort of like a standing shrine that has an actual statuette of a deity inside, and it is a larger, rotund, masculine figure that has a hammer striking down on an anvil. And again, it's a standing altar inside, and it seems likely to have been placed there by the last emissary to have been stationed here in Bastion's Hold. So from chatter, you've heard it's been at least the better part of a year since there has been an embassy, an emissary or an ambassador here at this particular office. So whoever was here a year ago has left this statue. And go ahead and make a religion check for me, please.
A religion check?
Yep.
What is my religion?
But I'll say that as you're kind of playing with your shield and everything, you actually notice it as everyone else is kind of discussing. Your eye catches this particular shrine.
See, what is my religion? Goodness, 2. Okay. That's a 16.
Okay, so you recognize this as Inavar, the Forge Lord. And this was triggered by the Monk card, which has various different blessings. So our friends at WeirdWorks LLC, this is the Monk. It is the blue. Very pretty. And that is from a new sub, so thank you for the new subscription. And that is going to give, potentially, a benefit. Would you like to leave a blessing at the altar? Inavar, the Forge Lord, is the lord of forging your own destiny, the lord of armor and weapons, of fire and brimstone as it pertains to smithing and metalwork. You can choose to leave an offering, or you can, if you want, you can defer to someone else.
I can defer to someone else.
Okay.
To whomsoever.
So in this moment of preparing your armor and Avalon having more of the Iron
Yeah.
Woman type of stuff going on,
Yeah.
he takes a second to kind of point out this altar and say, hey, check this out over here. And now you're all aware that there is an altar of Innivar the Forge Lord, and whoever wants to leave, or I'm assuming, there's a little DM boop here. I'm assuming someone wants to leave an offering at the altar.
That is a great question. Let me see what I have to leave as an offering. What would be this? What is the typical offering to the Forge Lord?
Okay, so make a religion check. What were you gonna say, Nikki?
Oh, I was gonna say it seemed more like something Willow would
Yeah.
be drawn to.
Yeah. It definitely caught the eye of Key, and Key was like, hey, check this out. Type of a situation. Kind of above gaming a little bit because it's a tarot card benefit.
Right. Willow's mom, or her stepmom, is a blacksmith, a dwarven blacksmith. Would she know and worship Innivar the Forge Lord?
It's very likely, yeah. So with that little bit of backstory, it's probably likely that you're aware of Innivar, of the Forge Lord. As far as an offering, that would... anything that is crafted would likely...
Okay.
Crafted and left as... And there is a little receptacle where you can sort of like a cabinet with many shelves that you can sort of... And it's made of very finely crafted wood. But there's definitely an area where you can leave an offering.
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking over my my thing.
A shrine like this doesn't have to be anything, doesn't have to be anything too wild or unique.
Willow pauses for a second and gives it some thought. And after a bit of digging around in the bag of holding, pulls out what sort of resembles her prosthetic arm, but it's much less. Like it's a prototype. It's an early version of the design she currently uses. It's just the hand, and it's sort of like it's missing a digit. It's very obviously incomplete, but it was something that was a necessary stepping stone to her current design. She says a quick prayer to the Forge Lord in Dwarven, and then places the prototype on the altar.
You're leaving your whole prototype here?
It's just the hand, an early model.
Wow. Okay, roll a D100 for me.
Her earlier prototypes were much more standard in terms of function. They were more standard prosthetic limbs. It's not anything super special. In terms of the world.
Okay.
She's not leaving secret nukes. Like she's not.
Okay.
It's not like a Percy and his gun situation. It's.
Okay.
It was more her designing her own prosthetic based on existing designs, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll a D100 for me anyway, because that's still pretty big to leave. Like, I was expecting like a little, like a fidget spinner or something. You know what I mean? But to leave a whole prototype.
I have a
deal.
very limited number of those magical tinkerings.
Yeah.
And I don't want to use another one because I already have 2 used up of 4. They last indefinitely, and when I go over the limit, older ones will go away. And the first one she used was for the fairies, and I'm scared of what happens if they lose their toy. So no. I don't want to use up more of these magical tinkerings if I can avoid it.
No.
That's very, very smart of you, considering the nature of the Fae.
Am I aiming high or low?
Did you already roll?
I did. I rolled a 62.
Okay. All right. So it's usually low. So I'm going to cut that down a little bit, but leaving something as intense as that, you gain the blessing of fire, or the blessing of Innivar, and leaving a significant offering based on your roll of a D100 as to how interested Inavar is in bestowing your weapon with his blessing, it could be a D4, a D6, or a D8. A D8 would be anything below. A D8 would be 33 or below. A D6 would be 50 or below, and a D4 would be anything above 50. So what do you use for a melee weapon?
Well, now it'll be her Thunder Gauntlet, which is the hydraulic attachment on her right arm.
Okay, your Thunder Gauntlet, as you say a little prayer and consider and ponder the nature of the messages of the Forge Lord, you gain the blessing of fire and the blessing of Inavar the Forge Lord. And based on your D100 roll, it is a D4, not a D6 or D8, but your melee weapon is now, based on the offering that you left, is going to deal a permanent additional 1d4 fire damage. 1d4 plus 1 fire damage every time you hit.
It's cool.
Yep.
Kick ass.
1d4 plus 1.
Love that.
Cool. All right. Okay. Tarot card resolved. Carry on. And I see yours too. I'm going to draw in the meantime. We'll get to the next screen, but go ahead, y'all.
We know where we're going, right? Like, we know what direction this printing press is.
Oh, before we go, while we're leaving Dawn here, Key would like a moment just to lean down and put a hand on Dawn's shoulder.
Okay.
However, trying to say, I just want you to know you are so brave. And then Infernal say, your differences make you stronger.
That really means a lot to me, Key. Thank you. And thank you for getting me out of a really bad situation. Everybody hopes that one day they can leave the orphanage.
Yeah.
Mabel is crying, but also Nikki is crying.
Oh.
I'm just
cute.
grateful to have met all of you. And
Poor.
I know it's really scary out there. It's not anything I'm not used to. But I hope you figure out what's going on. You all seem like really nice folk, and I don't believe any of the stuff that I'm hearing on whatever papers people are scribbling on.
Mabel picks her up and gives her a giant bear hug.
Oh!
Literal bear hug.
And she kind of hugs you back. It's like, oh, you give good bear hugs?
I will always save bear hugs for you. If I come back, I will see you. I will see you. I know where Amina's family lives.
Make
I will
sure you
come and
do.
visit. And here, and I, as I had been sitting down, I had also been putting cookies in a little bag, and I hand them to her.
Really?
Yes.
Me?
I'll make sure to always bring you some too when I visit.
I don't want to keep them all for myself.
I mean, you can share if you'd like, but they are all for you.
Okay, maybe I'll just leave 1 or 2 for Ivana. I'll keep the rest hidden away. I'll save them for a rainy day.
That sounds like a good plan. They keep for a while.
I'll
Plus,
try not to eat all. Go ahead.
Auntie Mabel always has cookies. You're fine.
I like that. I like cookies. These
I
look
like
especially
cookies, too.
delicious. Me too.
Tell me what your favorite flavor is.
Chocolate
and I
chip.
will- Well then, good thing those are chocolate chip.
And I have a special job for you.
Okay.
While you're here, you have
Mhm.
to be very good because I'm leaving Khadijah with you.
Can Khadijah
So
eat
you-
chocolate chip cookies too?
She absolutely cannot eat chocolate chip cookies, and she will beg for them.
Oh,
Nope, chocolate is not good for a mink.
okay.
Oh wait, I made Khadijah her own cookies. So, and I go back into my bag and I start making another little bag that are specifically that she had made for Khadijah.
Auntie Mabel, you really did that?
Yes, I know that she cannot eat
You're
chocolate.
You're the
thing.
best baking aunt.
I love to bake. Also, I'm so sad to say goodbye. And I like scritch Keisha's
She
nose.
kind of just
We're gonna be back in like 18 hours. She'll be asleep, but we'll be back.
But it'll be 18 hours.
We are on a timeline, y'all. We
Well,
are.
be safe
No,
out there.
We need to go, and you are gonna watch her and keep her out of trouble. All right, we'll be back. And I
Ivana
gotta
just.
give her.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes.
Yep, I give her a kiss on the forehead, and then we gotta go.
Okay. Cool, cool. Rose quartz, and we got one pending from Anna. So rose quartz. Ooh. Okay. All right. So let's do boom, boom, back to back. So who's left? The last one was. We'll say Key discovered it, but it went to Willow. So I'm gonna say Key and Mabel. Go ahead, and I'm gonna have the two of you roll me a d20, and put the result in the chat, because essentially Rory's 20 went to Avalon. So 18, 20, Mabel. Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
no, that 20
that's-
beats me.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, Mabel, roll a d4. Another benefit from Anna.
I'm gonna actually roll my d4.
Okay.
Never mind, I can't find one. So
Oh, okay.
two.
Okay. Ooh, that's pretty good. Anna, I think you just helped them solve this mystery. So we're gonna come back to that. So thank you, Anna. And then of course the rose quartz. So then we have Key is the only one that doesn't have a benefit. So Key, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the rose quartz, and then we'll refresh the d20.
Bet.
We'll refresh the rollies. So Key, go ahead and write down. Thanks to Nickel Rose. 93. Thank you. So go ahead and give yourself in your notes advantage on the next charisma check, whatever that may be. So deception, intimidation, persuasion, just advantage on the next charisma-based skill check.
Bet.
Okay, and that lasts
good at
until
those.
used. Yes. Okay. So I have Anna's card was the Druid, and upright. Go off that card there. We'll link Weird Works again in the chat. Friends over at Weird Works. And that is going to be a benefit that will be revealed during your investigation.
I have a super quick question, just before I forget to ask. Is there a symbol of Inavar that Willow would know?
Yeah, it's the hammer striking the anvil, and there's usually sort of like a wreath of flame. Sometimes it's an actual wreath shape. Sometimes it's sort of stylized flames that come up behind the anvil. But almost all of the imagery of Inavar and most of the gods in their more simplified forms, it's very emblematic of familiar deities that any of us might be familiar with as far as any other pagan practice. So again, it's either a wreath. Of more stylized versions have an actual wreath, and some have the crossing hammers over an anvil, but the more common one is the hammer actually striking the anvil and then the wreath of flame behind it.
Okay. As Willow does the whole thing with the altar and receives that blessing, the wreath of flame emblazons itself on the back of her right gauntlet, the one that is the Thunder Gauntlet. That sears in the back of the gauntlet as representation of that boon.
Cool. I'm
That's
here
cool.
for it. Yeah.
You did say it was a permanent upgrade, yes?
Permanent upgrade, yep. Because
Cool.
of what you had left as a pretty meaningful offering.
Nice. That'll be a fun conversation with Saren if we ever make it over to Brackenridge.
So I'm going to move Harmony and Lieutenant Ludwig, as well as the soldiers, over to the Justicar's building. Harmony would have given you basic instructions as to how to get there as well, so.
All right. The Inkswell place is over by the docks, so we're gonna head that way.
Okay. I think we arrived at the embassy around 2, so we'll say by the time you depart, it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, heading back out into the city streets of Bastion's Hold. So the trip will take about... it's more of a fortress city than a city that doubles as a fortress. So it will take you about a half an hour to walk down there, 25 minutes to a half an hour. It's not an incredibly long walk, but actually it'll probably take you closer to 20 to 25 minutes to get down over to Docks Ward. So right around 3:30 you should arrive. You'll pass the Chapel of Fury, where your ally that you had met via tarot card, Kairosian, last time, is stationed as well. You have the entire city to yourselves. Wherever you want to begin the investigation, the floor is yours.
I think we need to start with the printer.
Yeah, I think that's...
I agree.
Yeah.
It's
It
unlikely
seems
that they
like-
could have gotten that many printed that quickly without professional help.
They had to have known something. If not, that is the first place to start.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, as they're walking, Willow just keeps like tracing the symbol with her hands. Just
Mhm.
Again, almost stimming the way he was talking about their focus, but also just sort of, it's a new thing and she's not sure exactly what to make of it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Is there anything that Amina or Key or Mabel want to be on the lookout for or doing during your walk from the embassy down to the docks ward?
I mean, I'm just gonna look to see if anyone's paying attention to us. Like, I'm now kind of on alert and falling more
Yeah,
into Soldier Mabel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, probably without even thinking. Like, her brain has switched, and she is just on alert, watching.
Good call. Perception check. How about Amina?
Amina is doing, for the first time, because their previous mission was something that felt a bit more stealthy. So for the first time, she is soundtracking them, like she's scoring them as they're walking. So she's just playing
Oh, cool.
absent-mindedly as they're walking, because she knows they must look incredibly strange. You have this Eladrin in, performance garb that, unbeknownst to everyone else, is actually like protective leather. You've got this giant bugbear who is dressed like a soldier, and these half elves who are just looking like they're ready for anything. So she's just, in order to sort of potentially placate anyone who may be staring at them strangely, she's just scoring and just playing her violin as they're walking.
Okay. All right. I love that. Performance check for me. And Key, how about you?
Key's doing that thing where, there's trauma going on where your peripherals, you're like super hyper aware of your peripherals and what's going on around you. So, perception.
Okay. You can also make a perception check as well. Or you can tap Mabel on the shoulder and kind of point things out to her that you think you might see, giving her advantage. It's up to you, Key. What would you like to
I'm
do?
going to do that because that was a 19, so that's a 21.
Okay. All right. Cool. So, how about the perception for Mabel? What did you get?
I got a 21.
Okay. Oh,
Hey.
so you're both pretty keen as to your surroundings. And for that performance check, how about Amina?
I got a 22.
Wow. Okay. So you may not have been drawing a crowd before, but you can see Amina's bardic talent really shining through. Whenever there seems to be someone who looks at the party in a negative light, you will see that Amina almost changes the song to match the mood, to either make these people or persons who are giving y'all the side eye, to make them uncomfortable. These dissonant chords that seem to either make them shudder or turn away, or in some cases make them complacent and relaxed, and you can see her making eye contact at just the right time with people. It is this, she is absolutely lost in the music that she is playing and using the chords, the dissonance and the harmonics to affect the way that people are perceiving you as you walk. But as far as a tale or anything, you're not picking up anything suspicious, and anything that might be untoward is being deferred by Amina's expert bardcraft. So some pretty cool stuff that you're all kind of doing together. But you get after about 15 minutes of strolling through the city, you can see that the city is on edge. It is very tense. There are pockets of folks everywhere who are whispering and talking amongst themselves, sometimes aggressively, sometimes loudly. The whole city has become a political quorum and a powder keg in and of itself. And Amina is definitely helping to ease the situation as you pass. There is a palpable tension that you can feel in the air, and those that are not publicly discussing their thoughts on politics or warfare or strategy, the armchair generals are out, if you will. Those who are not discussing this in a quorum are retreating into their homes, and you can see a lot of people surveying the streets and the skies from their homes, being very withdrawn or nervous or suspicious about the possibility of an impending war, given the implication of these pamphlets. And then it really starts to hit all of you and to sink in. Meanwhile, Willow is also delightfully etching into their gauntlet as this is happening, and you can see this beautiful wreath taking shape as well, and it starts to kind of glow right about the time you reach the beach Leviathan, where you see an old hermit who is kind of sitting on the edge of one of the rocks here, because there's like a large outcropping that's about 14 feet up in some places. And an old beggar, a hermit, and sort of tattered robes, the long gnarled staff, a human, maybe late 60s, long scraggly beard, gives you a big toothy smile and kind of well-kept teeth, and gives you this big toothy smile as you pass. And he also has a little leaf crown on his head as well. And as you kind of walk by, he kind of sizes you up and it says, "Dangerous times to be a Kairosian. To be
Mabel
from
just
the
nods at him.
Empire. But not everything is always as it seems. There's corruption in cities that runs deeper than any dark magic any organization can produce."
What does he look like?
Just an old hermit with a little leaf crown. Leaf and twigs, kind of molded. Just
Insight
a
check?
human. Yeah. Pale skin. Kind of worn, leathery skin a little bit. Go ahead and make an insight check. Cabbages?
Don't worry about it.
16.
You said leaves, and I imagine just cabbages.
Okay, a
and
cabbage
his
crown?
Crown?
Yeah, a
Yeah,
cabbage
you-
crown is what I was.
I need to make a cabbage crown now.
Oh my gosh. Well, you might smell a little bit like cabbages, but sure, cabbage crown.
Cabbages.
So 16, yeah, he seems to. So, one thing that immediately comes to mind, especially given the cities of the city of Phyros and the city of Alexandros being some of the largest cities in the world, the central population hubs of the Kairosian Empire, there is a phrase in the Kairosian Empire that is, being sort of a student of military history and history as well, there's a saying in the Kairosian Empire that in turbulent times, in uncertain times, in dark times, that it is the beggars and the hermits that see and hear all. Because most folk are keen to simply ignore their very existence.
Okay, well, since that is something that she would have grown up with, instead of just nodding, I'm going to make my way slowly over to him.
Okay.
And as I am, I'm pulling out some cookies.
Okay.
You look like you could use some cookies. I hand them over.
Not really much for cookies, but these look like they were baked with care, for sure. He
Bake
kinda-
them up, and just this morning too.
I'll just take one. Just
Alright.
one. And he kind of reaches and grabs one and... pretty fresh. Kind of takes a big bite. Can't have too much of these. I'll make myself sick.
Do you want a second one? You can save it for
Oh,
later.
no. One will do me for the day. Too sweet.
Do you know anything about these? And I point to the pamphlets on the ground.
And he just kind of picks one up. Oh, yeah. I seen some... Kind of takes another bite of the cookie. It's a good cookie.
Thank you.
It's all very strange, ain't it?
It is. I assume you know that I am from the Kairosian Empire.
Oh, yes. You have the look about you. It's
But
very...
I have never heard of any of this.
It was very rare to see either an eladrin or a bugbear around these parts.
Yeah, we kind of stick out.
Well, in the best way.
Well, thank you.
But there's a sickness that lies at the heart of the crown. And I'd rather speak up than be a part of it. Be a part of the system. In fact, most of the poor folk here are like-minded. Kind of leans in. Here's where you'll find some people that are really not okay with being just another brick in the wall, another cog in the system. That's why there's such a disparity here. They like to keep us where they can see us. An eye on us.
That's the same pretty much anywhere.
Well, yes, it's by design.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I can
think
tell
it's
you.
brave to keep hold of what you believe in when you're surrounded by... Sorry.
Sure, the name's Floyd.
Oh my god.
Fuck it.
All right, Floyd Pink.
Well, some of us,
The meme has become canon.
yes. Some of us, despite wise pearls of sage from their elders, will do anything to make a quick buck from folks we know are well connected. And in the process of doing that, endanger themselves, but y'all seem like good and decent folk. And I don't want to see a war started. The machinations of those who want to keep the boots on our necks. So, like I told the urchins, the two urchins that had smiles on their faces, that had a pocket full of coin. Sometimes it's best to say no. Sometimes the coin from that invisible hand ain't worth the cost that you gotta pay in other aspects of your life.
You're a very intelligent man. Few
Yes.
people would say no to that. I commend you.
I wasn't asked.
Sure,
But
you could have asked like yourself.
if I was keen on making something happen, it would be as simple as finding the most downtrodden who also bears the most ambition and hunger, both for coin and wealth. You offer young enough money, make it seem like they'll be square and set for life, and they'll do anything for you.
It was all Dawn's fault.
Dawn's behind this entire thing.
God damn it, Dawn.
I
Where do
told them teenage whippersnappers it ain't worth it. They didn't want to listen.
Were the teenagers, the urchins, the ones who were throwing around the pamphlets?
I said too much. Did you get a file for drinking geese?
What?
I said I get a file for drinking geese. And he just kind of takes a pipe and lights the pipe and just gives you a little wink. He says, and he yells audibly, I'm just a crazy old man.
Here, crazy old man, and I hand him a coin. A gold coin.
He kind of pockets it. For all her wrath and vengeance, remember what they say about Asindra. That she can also be merciful. And I can only hope that Asindra today bestows mercy on those who need it. Yes, indeed. I hear it's quite lovely in the artisans' quarter by the southeastern tower, and the fog rolls in just right. A lot of poor folk down that area. There's just a stone's throw from the print works. A stone's throw from the shield being the central fortress. But I hear it's nice down there around this time of year. Could be worth taking a stroll through.
That sounds nice. Thank you for the tip. I do like going exploring through the city.
And I do hope that Asindra bestows her mercy upon us all today. Yes, I do.
Me too.
Remember her teachings.
I do. Thank you.
And of course, not that I subscribe to it, but go with the blessing of Fravinia. And kind of tilts the flower crown, the leaf crown down. All things return to the earth eventually. I only hope it's at a time of my choosing.
I hope you live a very long life. And I also tip my flower crown back at him.
Okay. All right.
And also give him another coin before standing up.
All right. So, does Avalon? Yeah, Avalon. Who? Does Willow or Amina or Key want to interact with this old man in any way?
No. Willow's just sort of letting Mabel take charge on that. She doesn't feel like she has anything she can really contribute. She's just sort of just observing.
Key is also observing, and when all is said and done, just offers him a smile and a nod.
Okay. All right.
Amina she had her back to the interaction, so she could sort of face outwards towards the crowd. That way, Mabel could do her thing and I could sort of be a distraction. The way it's like, all right, why did they stop to talk to this old man? It doesn't matter. I'm here. Watch the pretty Eladrin play her violin.
Perfect. And yeah, and you are with your earlier roll. I'll count those perception checks and that roll as sort of the travel itself. So you're in the zone, Amina. You're just continuing, and you're exactly that. Carrying on? Question mark.
Yes. As we're walking away, I'll just be like, "You all heard that, right? We should start down by the Artisans District."
In the southeast tower when the fog rolls in.
Yep. Also,
Fog.
Essie, does
Fog wise.
what was the not Isindra, the other one that he said?
Fravinia, the Wild Mother, and also that is yes, that is the Druid card that Anna pulled. That is the card. The role was an old hermit arrives to, or an old hermit shows up to help the party in a meaningful way. And yeah, as this is happening, even though the old man was concerned, going off of that 20 plus from Amina before, anyone that comes close, you see Amina also kind of getting up and doing her little bard thing, and they're kind of like, you know, either they'll just like, oh, you know, and they're like, you know, like the aggressive street performer, or they, I would say, along the way, you even make a few tips. Let's say you make 4 silver in tips, 4 silver, 5 copper. From folks who are kind of, they see you with the beggar and with y'all just standing there. We'll say, yeah, 4 silver, 5 copper. Just some pocket change. So making a little bit of coin along the way.
Does it seem like he was trying to tell Mabel something about like the area of Isindra's
Yes.
shield?
Oh,
Okay.
no. So he was, it was, make an insight check for me, actually, to see if you can decipher more of that. But yes, I think Key was on the right was on the right track with that. Key seems to have gotten the general gist of that he was trying to at least give you some hints as to where to look. So if
Yeah,
I can
that's
ping
what it
that,
felt like.
yeah.
15 for insight.
He was
okay.
paying attention. I took notes.
Cool. Yeah, Key seems to have a pretty good handle on, like, we should probably check that area. But yeah, so thank you, Anna, for giving the party a real easy pass there with the old hermit. So
Yeah,
that's cool.
I got that he was telling us to go look in that district where the poor people were. I just couldn't tell if he was trying to give Mabel hints through Isindra and the Wild Mothers. Like, does she know something of how that would help us?
He was asking you to not kill the urchins that
Oh, okay.
distributed the
Oh.
pamphlets. So
Okay.
basically what Anna's tarot card pull was able to give to you through hints was that it seems like he's saying, or at least this is what the hermit is saying, that 2 urchins were paid a significant sum of money by an unknown person or persons to distribute these pamphlets, and that having such a large sum, what he described as a large sum of money, probably more than they had ever seen, and that they absolutely agreed to distribute these pamphlets. Now, who it was that hired them, that could be anybody's guess. But at the very least, you have a description of the perpetrators, which is huge.
Yeah, that's what I got and I wrote down. I was just making sure that I hadn't missed anything important. So it was just keep them alive, please. Okay. Mabel would have been trying to keep them alive anyway.
If we can, if my friend Corey is here, they might have an idea of who would have the coin to do that. That can't be a long list of people here in Bastion's Hold. This isn't like the Audra Kalina. There's not a large aristocracy, is there? Question mark.
There is, so basically where the embassy was, that's the start of the more affluent, wealthy area. It's not labeled or named. Most of the places that are named here are in districts and wards. Up here in this quarter, it is Oh no, actually, so yeah, you have the Docks Ward, the Artisans Quarter, the Justicar's Ward, and this is the Sacred Ward, which is because you have the chapel there. But attached to the Sacred Ward, or to the Holy Ward, you also have the more affluent buildings, and you know that between the Chapel of Fury and the Queen's Gate, okay, the Queen's Gate up here, you have the Holy Ward, and in this ward in particular, it is churches and the embassy and most of the affluent areas. This area here, being so close to the shield and to the archery range, this is sort of middle class here. So there's a lot of working class blue collar folks that live in these large complexes here. It's like middle to upper middle. So basically, the folks that keep Bastion's hold running are up here, and then these fancier buildings here are more of the penthouses type of a thing, the condos, if you will, medieval condos.
Okay, so there is a fair number of people that it could be.
Mm-hmm. And then down here by the Beach of Leviathan, which is technically the northern part of the Docks Ward, you have more middle to lower class. A lot of sailors and commoners here. And also soldiers. Sailors and soldiers and naval officers mingle around this area in the Docks Ward.
All right, so do we want to talk to the printers first, or try to find those urchins first?
I think. Well, he seemed to be pointing us towards trying to find these urchins. And it should be relatively, I don't want to say relatively easy, but if it's probably not common for two teenagers to be running around with a lot of money.
If they came into a lot of
When I grab my tea from the
coin,
fridge,
they wouldn't still be hanging out on the streets, probably.
Well,
Right? Like
someone they know where in the artisan ward might recognize that they suddenly came into a lot of money and could point us in the right direction.
It
Right.
really depends on how their personalities, whether or not they would be the type to flash their coin about or the type to keep it secret. So if there's word of young folks running around suddenly buying up new armor or weapons or fancy dinners and splurging on things, then we'll know we're in the right direction.
this
But
ship right here, by the way, is the tavern.
amazing.
It might be worth asking around in there. Well, where would are there like inns and stuff like that in town, like places where people could stay if they don't have a permanent home?
The Beach of Leviathan, which is right there. I
Okay.
love seeing Garnet be like,
Yes,
cool.
absolutely. Let's go.
Well, that seems like a
Somebody-
good place to ask around then if we stop here.
Right. I mean, chances are if they came into some money, they'd want some good food. They'd want a warm place to sleep.
And probably this place is better than whatever's in the artisan's quarter.
As far as we know, these pamphlets appeared last night, right?
Yes, so there are two
Okay.
major taverns. There is the Knight's Inn, which is mostly for soldiers and auxiliaries, room and board, specifically room and board. There are also a few rooms that are kind of like a roll of the dice as to whether they're available. It's kind of like a 3.5 star, the equivalent of a 3.5 star hotel, and there's only about 12 rooms in Triton's Locker, which is dinner and seafood, and it also has sort of some room and board, like almost like an Airbnb type of place with about 12 different rooms, or like a bed or medieval bed and breakfast. But the most common, the favorite, the local favorite, is the Beach Leviathan, and they have hammocks up on the upper level. So if you want to spend a lot of money on alcohol and some gambling, it would be at the Beach Leviathan.
I mean, these kids might want to take some of that money and gamble. I can't imagine that.
I mean, we're talking
Teenagers,
about teenagers. They probably made bad decisions.
That's what I'm
Oh,
thinking
they
too. Especially if
absolutely made terrible decisions.
they haven't had that much money before.
He's like, I'm too old to believe in the youth. They obviously.
Also, what were your perception checks total from before for Key and Mabel?
I think it was 21 for
20
both of them.
Yeah, 20. I think so too. Oh, also, by the way, we are going to have a raid incoming at some point soon. Within the next few minutes.
Exciting.
Well, that's exciting.
I can bring up this character sheet. I have to make a roll in the background.
Do you
I
though?
think
Yes.
I think I'll take it back.
Oh no.
Be in the back for this part. I doubt many people inside this tavern would want to talk to Kairosian Bugbear. So
Ooh, that's
I'll
perfect for the narrative.
I'll let you all lead.
Oh no.
Well, the good news is that you can literally walk 15 seconds and be at the front door of the Beach Leviathan because you're looking right at it.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to do a roll here on my end. Let's see. Place your tokens. There we go. Let's see. We'll do a D100 percentile roll. Okay. Ooh, we get another rose quartz. So while I'm queuing up the next music for another rose quartz, thank you, Devin. I want to have, so that one is unique, so Key got that one. So I want to have Avalon, Garnet, and Nikki. Can you all roll a d20 for me? Rollies for a rose quartz reward.
Ooh.
You know what? I'd prefer it now versus later.
Right?
That's true. That's true.
All
Get
right.
it out now.
Well, Mabel, you're going to get a rose
What if
quartz.
it's-
Thank you, Devin.
What
And
was
that is...
Oh, Mabel, never mind. I
Mabel's
see.
going to get a rose quartz. Yep. So Mabel, advantage on the next charisma check of any kind,
Yay!
and it lasts until you. So charisma, persuasion, deception, intimidation.
Yay, I need it.
Okay. So you arrive at the Beach Leviathan. It is just about 3:20 or so in the afternoon. And the bouncer is outside, keeping watch. Other than that, it seems to be pretty calm. That you can hear music and voices from inside of the tavern itself, which is essentially just a ship that has been converted into a tavern and an inn in and of itself. Part of it on the upper levels is has been destroyed, and it has kind of been patched over, and you can see where the new woodwork kind of meets the pieces of the ship that have been broken away or destroyed, and the mast actually sticks straight up from the center of it.
I will let everyone else go in front of me, and I will wait for a couple of beats before entering behind them, so that it's not entirely clear that I'm with them.
Okay.
Just in case somebody is put off by having a bugbear in the party. I'll sit down somewhere as soon as we come in, so that it's not clear that I came in with them.
Willow will also fall behind Key and Amina just to let them take the lead. She's still close to them. She's just
Yeah.
letting them go in front.
So Amina gets the wild idea that she hears music coming from inside and immediately runs up to the stage and just holds up her violin and looks at whomever is playing expectantly, like, can I come and join you?
Okay,
I
well,
love Amina.
before you go in, you are kind of stopped at the door by a large half-orc woman standing about 6'7", sort of braided auburn hair, with some little I think of I don't know the name of them, but they're like decorations that you can put in your braids, and she's got some of those like it's like a gold twine, and also kind of like bangles that also are placed in some of her braids, but she kind of just stops you all as you're like, and she, whoa, 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 y'all know the rules and everything, right?
No, ma'am. We're new here.
Surprise! That's the big raid. Hello, GRTW. Hello, friends. Surprise! Hi, Baba Yaga. Welcome in,
Hello.
everybody. Welcome in. So this is the hello, my dear science. This is the tarot card stream. This is the D&D 5e tarot card stream. I'm gonna pull one for the raid. I'll make sure it's upright too. Okay, cool. I'll pull a couple because that is. Ooh, no, you know what? That's a good one. That's a good one. Happy Hanukkah, happy holidays, tarot card stream. Yes. 50 channel points pulls one, and so does the raid. That is, I'll show the art real quick without actually showing the card. But that's going to be cool. Ah! You need to throw it. It's aggressive! It's an aggressive tarot card. But yes, this is Heavensfire. This is the homebrew tarot card interactive stream. All the good stuff. So hello, everybody. Christy, Baba Yaga, Sarah, hi Sarah, Space Jamber, Singlis, Girl Wonder, Vancouver by Nights here as well. How was the stream, everybody? I'm hearing good things about all the streams. Hey, and another one from Rudolph too. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Rudolph, I'll show you yours too. That's awesome. I'm glad it was good. That's the next one. Without showing what it is. These are tarot cards from Weirdworks LLC. We'll link them in the chat there. Okay, so at the beach Leviathan, the bouncer stops you outside. This large half-orc woman. It's like, all right, don't kill anybody. Which means don't punch anybody so hard that you kill them. Keep your hands to yourself. Tip the bartenders. Yes, that's a rule. And if I ask you to leave, you gotta fucking leave. Those are the rules.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems
All right,
easy
go
enough.
on in. Such, and, you know what? No cover.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's, kind of a big name band is back in town from, I guess, some kind of a tour, so, they're playing in a couple hours, but, no cover. That's in character. I'm still struggling with COVID. It's hard for me to do the half-orc voice. Oh my
I
gosh,
assume
I'm
I'm-
trying, y'all.
What?
Big mood. Big
I'm
mood.
sorry. What pen did you say that was again?
Sorry.
Don't die.
The residual COVID is real, y'all. I tested negative earlier today, as I was telling everybody, but... Oof. Huh. Hang on. Erin has COVID brain, and she actually has to look up the name of the band. I have a whole folder for them. It's the Quicksilver Troop!
Is it now?
Yeah, why? You know them?
I was gonna say, we do know them, don't
Yeah.
we?
Actually,
Yes!
I do.
Yes, you do.
I
Some of you
actually
do.
do.
I don't.
I'm
Sorry,
the only
Willow
one that
wasn't
does,
there for
Aaron.
that.
Note
Aaron,
to
I'm
self,
the only
y'all.
one that does.
Note
Aaron,
to
I'm
self,
the
by the
only one
way.
that
No, I think you all met them, but note to self: when struggling with residual COVID symptoms, do not do the half-orc voice. Do not do the half-orc femme voice, because you're asking for trouble.
That would kill me right now.
No.
Yeah.
Harmony never met them. It was literally just Key. Key's the only one.
No, I may not have met them, but Aaron did say they were a
Oh,
big
Libby
name
did.
band.
Yeah.
So
And-
they're from
Yeah,
Bastion's
yeah.
Hold, so
I'm
you'd
saying-
probably recognize the name. But Key is the only one, I believe, that actually met
I
them.
am looking around
Okay,
for a certain blue person.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely then.
Well, the bouncer is just see if I can do this without dying. All right, go on in. She kind of just kicks the door open with the back of her foot. Just
I'm gonna assume Mabel gets the same spiel so that you don't have to say it all over again.
yes, yep. You
Because
all get the same spiel, and you all kind of filter in your marching order. I'm trying to drink something. I gotta gargle with this freaking iced tea. Need a lozenge or something. All right. So go ahead and everyone, go ahead and move your tokens inside of the tavern, please. It's a bustling tavern. Some tokens you might recognize that also exist here in the Heavensfire world. But the bouncer opens the door for you and kind of, as you all walk in, she kind of like looks you all up and down and is like, "All right, hey, hi, good to see you. All right," to each one of y'all individually in that order. Kind of checks each one of you out in her own way. Very
Mabel
clearly, big.
Love it.
Yeah, big female himbo lesbian energy.
Mabel was very, very suddenly shy.
Mabel just. Oh my gosh, I would love to see a huge bugbear woman with a giant sword just be like with the shy fingers.
That's her. She's giant, pretty women are her kryptonite.
Fantastic.
Obviously, Key is looking for Fiera, obviously. And like is trying to lock eyes with Fiera, trying to like head to Fiera.
Okay,
Fiera's
so
there.
as you kind of make your way into the Beach Leviathan and are kind of perusing and mingling, it's the usual noise, the roar of the inside of a tavern. Even from midday, it's pretty busy. You can still hear each other speak, and you can hear yourselves think and talk. And the Quicksilver Troupe does not appear to be playing currently. As there is a bard in the corner that is playing some pretty traditional low-key fare. It's the middle of the afternoon. It's kind of like walking into a bar at 3:30 in the afternoon, and Dean Martin or Frank Sinatra is playing or something like that. That's the energy in the tavern right now. And the central mast, as you can see, actually has some woodwork that's been erected up around it in a spiral staircase that leads up into the upper levels. From certain areas, some of the planks have been removed, and you can see that there are up above, by looking through some of the open planks, again, about 100 different hammocks, and people up there are taking a snooze in the afternoon as well. But as far as Fiera most notably is not currently here. And I know they're playing in a couple hours,
Okay.
but you do recognize Kieran Falls and Jubilee Quickfingers, who are kind of having a conversation over here over an ale.
Okay. I guess that's who I was looking for. I was looking for any of the members. Few hours is when they're supposed to be there.
Is the what?
I said a few hours is when the show's supposed to
Oh,
be
sorry,
done.
2 hours. You got some time.
Mabel just finds a place to sit down away from the rest of the group.
Okay.
Where you can keep an eye on everything that's happening.
Okay. So yeah, there's no current spots available at the actual bar itself. Anyone with a cup is someone that's working. So where's my other Yeah, so we'll say there's 2. There's another one over here. And again, it's 3:30 in the afternoon, so it's not too busy, so it's likely that there's probably only a couple of people here on staff. But you can kind of squeeze in. There is a human over here in very loose leathers who is engaging and imbibing liberally in drinks and intoxicants. Seems to be on at least a 4th or 5th beer.
Willow is just staying close to party. She's kind of withdrawing. It's extremely social and just more than she's particularly comfortable with. So she's just staying close to Amina, apparently, and just observing the party to make sure everything's kosher and just sort of following along.
Okay. Yeah, there is a handsome gentleman here who is enjoying some kind of a salmon dish with rice and very well kept. Seems to be on duty or something. Not any official military garb that you've seen. It has this sort of silver, this sort of steel and gold trim to it, and there are accents, and there are a couple of very small skulls that adorn the cloak that is clasped onto the plate armor, and sort of like raven hair, a little bit of stubble, kind of enjoying a glass of red wine with it as well, and kind of looks up over to you as you're kind of standing pretty close to him, and just kind of goes back to his lunch.
Mabel makes herself bigger.
Okay.
At the bar, just to make sure she has room.
Okay.
She's
So
using a bit of intimidation, but not really. She just wants to kind of look like a regular patron.
Okay, so I mean, you're already quite large, but you make yourself a little bigger, and this larger human over here is just going, "Oh, hey! There's not any room here!"
Mabel doesn't say anything, because generally when she says something or opens her mouth, she's not quite as intimidating. So she just keeps her mouth closed and gives him a little glare and leans over the bar.
Before you have a chance to respond, an elvish woman, sort of with it's sort of like a combination. Her skin is very pale, but it also has like a light purple tint to it. Comes over, white hair, kind of like not quite an undercut, but sort of a braided giraffe. So braided on one side and then kind of giraffed over, and it has sort of like about this length or so, and she kind of comes over and puts an arm on both of your shoulders and says, "Hey, Jeffrey, why don't you go ahead and take my seat, and the next round's on me, huh?" And he just, "Whatever you say, boss." And she says, "I'm not your boss, but okay." And he just kind of slowly stands up, squeaks or kind of drags the chair across the floor, the stool across the floor as he gets up, takes another big swill, right, from his mug, kind of slams it down, looks at a belch in your general direction, Mabel, and just kind of wipes his mouth, right, kind of real, kind of a, not a pleasant man, right, and kind of slides the chair back in, puts the mug down, and just, "Excuse me," and kind of his way over to the...
I bet your mother is so proud.
So this woman kind of leans in, this elvish woman, over the counter, and with some quick hand motions, the bartender just nods, and she slides a couple of silver over. And then she also makes 2 more hand gestures as well. They seem to have a shorthand, implying that she's some kind of a regular. And the bartender immediately hops on whatever that nonverbal communication was. Then she gets up again and gestures to the stool. "You can have a seat, love."
Mabel turns bright red, while attempting to still look somewhat intimidating, but can't meet this pretty elven woman's eyes, and sits down and mumbles, thank you. I appreciate it.
He
Thank you.
sat down at the like empty table at the empty stool and just has been watching this encounter, by the way.
Okay, all right. So Key's just kind of keen to observe the
Yes,
happenings of
he is
the
just
tavern.
observing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mabel definitely like suddenly shrunk herself.
Okay. Do you go ahead and move your token over if you want, by the way. You wanna just slide over into the okay, perfect. And then she kind of comes around that way as well and takes your place. And kind of just puts her right elbow on the counter, does one of these poses, and just looks at you and smiles.
Oh, no. Mabel very shyly smiles back and then looks down at the bar like it's super interesting.
She kind of leans in and says, "Something interesting about the bar."
It's very well made. It's well crafted.
She kind of does a double take. It's really not.
I'm polite.
And she leans in. "I'm Missy."
I'm Mabel.
Did you forget your name?
Uh, no,
Are you
I-
feeling okay?
fine. I'm Mabel. Wait, I said that.
You did.
Hi.
It's all right. I have this effect on people sometimes. Not all the time.
I'm
But
not
sometimes.
surprised. You're very, hi.
Hi. Confidence is key. It definitely helps. Helps me, at least. And as she smiles, this beautiful smile, the bartender comes over and puts two what are essentially blue Hawaiians in front of you. Just
How
and
did you know that's something that Mabel would definitely drink?
or whatever the equivalent here would be. It would be like a blue sanctuary, blue sanctuary, blue Southern Isles. And she then also goes back and puts another mug of ale down in front of the big kind of sloppy dude. And she says, "Just a guess. It's blue. It's sweet. Tastes delicious."
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I would have ordered. Thank you.
Delicious drink for a pretty lady, of course. And she just
Mabel
takes a big sip and just... Rebecca knows how to make them right.
I sip at it and I'm just, oh. Yes, I don't normally drink alcohol, but this is very good. Thank you.
No, we
And
don't
I just,
normally see too many bugbears in Bastion's Hole, so...
yeah, I feel like I've been standing out quite a bit.
Are you from the Empire?
Yes. Yes, obviously.
And, what's going on with the leaflets?
I don't know. And Mabel gets like obviously more comfortable and like leans in and she's like, I don't know. We've been trying to figure it out. It makes me angry. This is not something that I have ever heard of before and I do not like it. And then she like kind of composes herself. If you know anything about it, I would greatly appreciate it. And she kind of gives like a hesitant smile.
Haven't the faintest, love, but if I can help in any way... It seems like my intuition was correct. My first thought was that you're either here in the city to stir things up and start a war, or you're swept up in some conspiratorial bullshit. Seems like
second.
it's the latter.
Yeah, I was not aware of any of this happening until I got here. So,
You don't seem like the saboteur mastermind. And I mean that in the most... in a good way.
thank you.
You look
Yes,
like you could certainly swing a sword and take somebody's head off, that's for sure.
if I have to, I would prefer not to.
Wouldn't we all? Violence is messy.
It is. I would rather bake cookies. I like getting messy in the kitchen, but not.
Do you know?
Mabel turns bright red again and is just like, I have some cookies. Would you like to try one?
I would love to try some of your cookies.
She fumbles and drops her bag and has to pick it back up and finally pulls out a little bag. All of her bags are like actual, like, you know, those really nice bags with the little ribbons on them. Like she just carries around that packaging so that she can make little bags for people. So it's a very nice little bag of cookies.
She also is a bit. I see your card. Hello. Oh, this is going to be an interesting sequence of events, that's for sure. So she takes one of the cookies and just, without breaking eye contact, just takes a bite, and just takes a sip of the Blue Hawaiian. I'm really like, it's amazing.
They're just chocolate chip. I haven't.
Amazing. Don't sell yourself short. They're delicious.
I can't. I'm very tall. Oh, you meant the
She kind of blinks and she like laughs.
But...
You're adorable. I like your sense of humor.
Yes.
So as this is, go ahead.
Thank you. So awkward.
We loved Disaster Lesbians here. We stand. Well,
oh, for sure.
Jubilee and Kieran unfortunately seem completely oblivious to Key's presence because they rolled a natural 1 and a natural 2 for perception checks. So, in the meantime, what is Amina doing? I want to gauge it before we kind of pull these tarot cards into existence. I want to kind of just get a vibe for what everyone's doing as they settle into the tavern, trying to investigate, trying to find these two urchins, these mystery urchins.
Oh, she has absolutely challenged this other bard to like a bard duel.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So the other bard is
super friendly sort of thing, but it's like, I've never done one of these like outside of home before. Like, what does a bard duel look like inside of a real tavern? Like inside her head is just like going a million miles a minute. But she was just very polite about it and was just like,
okay.
When your next song is done, would you like a little tete-a-tete?
So let me just move your token. So a couple things. As you're making your way through, you get about here on the map, and you see what seems like two bards kind of just hanging out in the middle, having a conversation, drinking ale. And you remember talk of the Quicksilver Troop. Now, that's a pretty famous troop. Now, at the other end of the tavern, you can see the bard, a half-elvish woman. I can only use this generic token once, but we'll say for now it is this generic token. So a half-elvish woman with a couple of white streaks in her hair, kind of otherwise brunette, standing about 5'7". For that's about average height for half-elf woman, and just kind of has a couple of different instruments, and occasionally, she's got like a whole setup, and she can do a couple of different things, and kind of, a la what you're hearing now, kind of very simplistic, but kind of mid-afternoon stuff. Now you also see two other very obviously musicians or bards here. There is a woman with an undercut and blonde hair over to one side and sort of different color clothing. So the pants, one red, one blue, and then sort of like a almost like a denim vest and sort of a crimson strap, and then a lute on her back, and then also what seems kind of what you would recognize being from the Kairosian Empire as a shifter, who are more prevalent in the Great Forests of Karnak. So most definitely you'd be familiar with the hairy arms and sort of like the clawed hands, and kind of has the gait and posture of sort of a shifter, and sort of the almost elvish but more sort of shifter-like ears and the features that are that have that appearance of that a shifter would kind of like a werefolk, but sort of somewhere in between, and then sort of short hair, kind of almost like gelled to one side, and also has a sling drum, a hand drum, over one side of his attire and outfit of his person. And they seem to just be sharing a drink, but these are also obviously musicians that you would have to pass along the way. You can stop and converse with them, you can push through and go right to the bard. but you do notice that along the way over. On the way over.
I think Amina might be a bit too, because knowing that these guys are probably the professionals that she had just heard about, she's just like, it might be a little bit above my abilities, because they've probably been doing this a really long time, and like, yes, I've been doing this a really long time, but like they've been performing for like big crowds for a really long time, and I think I'm just gonna smile and nod at them knowingly and head over towards the bar that's actually playing.
As you kind of smile at the two of them, the woman in particular kind of just sees you with your instruments and just, hello, love.
Hello. I was,
Are you performing tonight?
not officially. I was just gonna see if maybe the woman up front wouldn't mind, letting me join her.
How long you been playing?
About 3 decades.
Holy shit. They kind of look at each other. And then, well, we happen to be down one person if you perhaps want to join us later, but go show us what you got. I'd certainly be interested in more ways than one, love.
Yeah,
Oh, name's
Yeah,
Jubilee, by the way. Jubilee Quickfingers. And yes, I earned my nickname.
I'm Amina. Amina
Amina.
Nzinga. Yeah,
It's very pretty.
thank you.
Of course. I also like your look, your style. Very summery.
Yeah, it's cultural.
Looks lovely.
Thank you.
Of course. So this this lot here, her name's Karen. She comes here for the afternoon. She's been doing it for a long time. Sort of like a easy money for her.
Yeah, I could see. I've never played in a tavern before, so I could definitely see how
There's nothing to it,
this
love.
could be like a day job.
Right, it's just sort of go up and do it. Right, this is sort of one of our favorite local dives, one of our favorite places to play. We got a whole crew that's going to be joining us a little bit later, so well, go and show us your stuff, and I'll be watching very attentively.
Thank you.
Of course. Always happy to meet another entertainer, especially another individual so lovely as yourself. And what are your pronouns, love? Don't want to get it wrong, ruin everything.
Right now, they're she, her.
All right, easy enough. Same, she, her, or they. Whoever suits you.
Great. Wow. Amina,
Mabel.
for the
Ain't
first
nothing
time,
ain't nothing
unable
to
to
it, love.
speak.
Show us your stuff. I'm eager to see it.
And then she smiles, and it's difficult because her skin is a soft orangey brown, but she is definitely blushing and trying to stop.
Tell me your pronouns so you know how gay I am. I love that. So I know how gay I am. That's great. So sure, Karen wouldn't mind. She'd been playing for like 3 hours straight. She probably needed a break anyway. And then she
Oh my.
Karen, and the half elf just kind of is like, get her eyes closed, and she kind of looks over, and she kind of just does like a, and points at you, and she's just kind of like shrugs and kind of just keeps playing, doing her thing. She's like, Karen's good for it. I'm sure she could use a break. Karen, would you And Karen's just like, already on it. I owe you one anyway. And the shifter kind of walks by. I'm Kieran, by the way, but it doesn't matter too much.
Hi. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'll let you two get more acquainted. And if you see any cute femboys, just send them my way.
Will do.
And he makes his way over
Does
to the
Kieran see
tavern.
me? Does Kieran see me? As
Yeah.
Kieran's leaving?
Yeah, Kieran gets to about here and then stops and kind of cracks his neck a little bit. And then kind of turns to you And it's like, fucking nine hells. Key?
Yes.
Holy shit. And then
What
just
happened in Halifax?
kind of just is about to like lunge in. He's like, can I give you a hug?
Absolutely.
And just leans in and gives you a big hug of recognition. And just, well, we got a little split up, and on our way back here, we kind of pursued by some members of the Lawmaster's Hall. We've had some issues here of our own we were hoping to kind of avoid. But with everything happening on Halavas and how we got kind of involved with that directly, we felt it would be safer here. Tom and Rotten is also in a little bit of trouble with the law here, so we had to kind of separate. We have obviously plans for a show tonight, but he might need to lay low for a little bit.
Yes. Fiera, did she make it here?
Fiera made
After
it.
tonight?
That's right. You two had a bit of a thing, didn't you?
Just, I wouldn't have called it a thing. It was
Oh no, it's a thing.
a punch for my honor.
No,
I
it's a thing. It's okay. I'll make
Okay,
sure to let them
okay.
know that you are here. I think they'll be coming back with the crew in a couple hours for the show, so I'm not
I
sure
assume it is a similar show to the last one. A real.
It is, but the people here are used to it.
Banger.
They expect it. It was just we wanted to kind of make a splash, but Tommen is.
I liked the message that y'all sent.
I appreciate
There's
that.
nothing saying that I didn't. Yeah.
Well,
There's definitely something in it.
another fan's another fan. I'm glad you're here for it. And if you ever want some leathers with the crew name on it, if you ever want to join up with us, we're always looking for more.
Ah, yes, I will absolutely let you know if I become a groupery.
And might be a lot to ask, but the heat kind of from before has followed us here, and even with the pardon, I know Tommen still has a lot of trouble that he has to deal with from a lot of past cases and pending cases that were here before we left. So if you could, with your friend that works for the crown, if you could pull any strings and
I'll see what I can put in for you.
Right.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that, because I think we might be one man short tonight.
I can't guarantee that it will get anywhere, but I will put it in order.
We've played instrumental sets before, but it's not the same without Tommen.
There was something about it. Yeah,
It was.
it's quite
And-
an amazing show.
Other people in Halavas weren't ready for it. That's
Before
for sure.
their time.
Definitely before their time. They couldn't handle the Quicksilver troop. But we're old favorites here. There's a lot of dissent. A lot of...
I believe you met one of my new acquaintances over there, Mina.
And
It seems that Jubilee's getting on quite well.
he turns over his shoulder. Oh, Amina's with you.
Yes.
Oh yeah, she seems quite lovely.
Mhm.
And
Also, the armored person just chunk, along
Yeah.
with Amina whenever she's walking around.
just Jubilee is not really one to tie herself down. So I don't know how what your friend is
I wouldn't
looking
have
for.
thought
but-
any other way.
I mean,
I think what happens between them stays between them, so.
she's been talking. She talks a lot about polycules and that sort of thing, but she's never in one place. We're never in one place for that long. It kind of just never has actually worked out for her, but who knows? Hey, depends on. I don't want to assume anything about anybody, about what anybody is looking for, but I know sometimes it kind of sneaks up on people when she just kind of leaves, right, with us to go to the next show. We've been as far as Frostfire before.
Frostfire, you
When the
don't
weather's
say.
nice. Sometimes, yeah. About 2 years
Alright.
ago, we were up in Frostfire.
I hear
And he
it
just
is
kind of
quite lovely up
anxiously
there
taps on the
certain times
drums
here.
to like fidget. It's like
Yeah. Well, sorry to have kept you all. I don't know you.
No,
I
no, no.
called you
It's so good to see you.
Yes, absolutely.
And when
I
Fiora
can't wait
gets
to
here,
catch the show tonight.
well, it's sort of like standard fare, and it'll be not the same without Tommen. But if you get a chance to pull some strings, he's laying low in the safe house, and if we can get the charges dropped, it's assault and battery. Oh, 3 of them.
3?
We tend to get in a lot of fights.
Y'all did.
Yeah, Tommen is sort of like the first one to swing, ask questions later type of a situation. He's got 3 open
You
cases.
did help out though when a certain kidnapper came though, so I do appreciate that.
Well, these charges are from before, and it was actually kind of all of us that were involved, but Tommen took the fall. To be expected.
Yes, I will see what I can do to pull some strings.
So much.
I just have to get word to an acquaintance of mine that can help me see what strings can be pulled.
I appreciate that. I think we all appreciate that. But in the meantime, the show must go on, and I think it's safe to write Tommen out for tonight. And anything we can do for you, anything I can do for an old friend, let me know.
The strongest coffee that this place has, like the highest amount of caffeine
Oh, that'd be at the honeypot.
possible in this location.
Oh, I don't think you're gonna find strong coffee here. It's gonna be weak or mild, tepid at best. But the honeypot has the strongest coffee. They sort of brew it fresh and local.
Okay. Thank you for that insight. I'll
Totally.
keep you
Sorry, they're already closed.
updated. Yeah, it's to catch the show tonight. Yeah.
Totally. All right, I gotta get a couple of drinks. So it's good seeing you, Key. We'll see you up front in a couple hours.
We did get another tarot card pull, by the way.
Yes, I saw. They're all in the queue. Okay. So that's Key, Mabel, and Willow. What is Willow doing in the meantime before we go to the tarot cards themselves?
Lingering by Amina and trying not to make eye contact or talk to anybody.
Okay. So we have a couple of series of tarot cards here that things could get interesting. Amina, you look to your left and you see an organized outfit that Jubilee doesn't seem to be... They're uniformed. They have badges, and they seem to be here in an official capacity. There is also another over here who appears to also be in a similar uniform, who is just seated on the bench, one leg up, kind of drinking from a mug of ale, and they seem to just be over here enjoying themselves and keeping their own business. And some of them have, there's like a bowl of pretzels right over here, but otherwise just some kind of official uniform. Being from the Empire, you might not necessarily recognize this particular outfit. But as this is happening, Key, you notice... Oh boy, this is going to be interesting.
You did this right as I took a bite of my burrito too.
The door to the tavern just gets thrown open by a heavy boot. Everyone kind of looks over and then goes back to what they're doing. But you can see entering Valyrian Royal Knight, a couple of Valyrian soldiers, and a couple of Valyrian foot soldiers. They find a corner right over here by the bar, and they unsling their weapons. One by one. They unhook their swords and scabbards, their pikes and their shields and their long swords, and they sort of check them over here by the tavern. As they are removing their weapons, they also begin removing their official clasps and badges. Some of them removing their helmets, making a little pile here on sort of against the wall. And actually, they kind of make their way over here. And the one who seems to be in charge kind of comes right up to you and just puts the helmet down on the table. And the rest of them begin kind of transferring, kind of seeing only one person here. Transferring over to both of these tables, right? Because there's 3 stools. And this guy here that was sitting down, enjoying his salmon, right? They kind of filter in. And this Kairosian knight just says, these tables are reserved.
You see
I'm
these were
sorry, where was the reserve sign on the table?
These tables are reserved. Get lost, punk.
Did you say that?
He
these
says
were-
nothing and then leans back and just chills.
Y'all want to start a bar fight?
Oh, this is gonna be good. Did you say they were Kairosian soldiers?
Sorry, Vascatorian soldiers.
Okay. I was
Vascatorian
very
soldiers.
like, wait a second.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's the COVID fog, y'all.
Oh, I get it. I
It's
totally
it's
get
it's
it.
the brain fog. So, as you lean back, he just I don't think you heard me. The table is reserved.
Reserve a table, but you can't reserve a chair. And I move the chair just the slightest bit over from the table and then just continue sitting in the chair.
He kind of just all right. And they just kind of in between the space where you put the chair, they just load all of he gestures over and they just load all of the equipment in that space. And they kind of come over to this guy and they're like, hey, this other guy says, didn't you fucking hear us? These tables are reserved. And this guy in the plate armor just I'm eating. They just, are you fucking deaf? This table's reserved. And he just kind of keeps eating.
This is great.
Are
And
they being loud enough that like we hear it all the way over where Amina and Willow are?
I would say Willow might hear the commotion. Yeah, Willow and Amina probably hear some commotion over here. And then
I think
go ahead.
Willow will start making her way back over there too, just in preparation because she doesn't know what's going to happen.
Mabel keeps her head down.
Let's go with
I think that shyness sort of leaves Amina because she's just like, oh no, trouble starting. Nope, time to go do my thing. And then I
Oh no, now y'all
excuse-
see what Key is like when Harmony is not home.
I excuse myself from Jubilee as hard as it is to sort of disentangle myself from the conversation and head towards like the stage area.
There's
Okay.
one brain cell in the party, and Harmony took it with her.
Oh no.
This is what happens when the babysitter leaves.
Wait a second, this is feeling very reminiscent of my first time with the cook.
yeah, it's like it's kind of attracts this type of situation. So the knight, who's very clearly one of the Vascatorian knights, just kind of looks over his shoulder and he says, "Oi, look at this, boys! See this?" And kind of gestures over here into the corner where the these other uniformed individuals are. Looks like we got ourselves some noble shadow warriors of darkness here. A noble Duskwatch, taking up position like it's their fucking tavern. And they ain't nothing but scabs, right, mates? Fucking scabs and lowlives seeking to milk whatever they can from the teat of our fucking government system. Trying to mooch off the bottom. Can you imagine? And we're fucking losing our jobs. And this lot comes in here to our fucking city like they fucking own the place. Drinking from our tavern spots, right? Tapping our kegs. I reckon we're off duty, right? And they all like kind of nod in agreement. And they just kind of start pushing their way through. I reckon. And it just makes his way over here. That you lot ain't got the fucking gall to do anything about it. Because you're all just a bunch of fucking cowards at heart, aren't you? A bunch of fucking cowards and scabs. Now what you fucking say about that, huh? And he kind of just takes one of their drinks for himself. And then just... Fuck you drinking, horse piss? And then just kind of dumps it out on the ground. I think it's time you lot be moving on, eh?
What did we get ourselves into?
Well, this is the Four of Adversaries card, and so this is a confrontation. This is a scripted conversation.
Okay.
But
Hear
there's
me
very
out.
clearly 5 of
Hear me out.
So,
And okay. What exactly was put in the corner right beside me?
Oh
weapons.
no!
Well, they're all kind of like cracking their knuckles right now, right? So basically,
Okay.
what we have here is a confrontation between something that was talked about before. So the Duskwatch, the military doesn't like the Duskwatch. They feel like they're scabs coming in and taking their jobs. That's something that they say a lot, and they.
How quietly can you take weapons and put them into a bag of holding?
Make a sleight of hand check.
On the back of that's if Willow got close enough with the bag of holding.
Okay.
It's really
if Key pulls on it, Willow knows that Key's right there.
yeah.
If Key pulls on it, she could probably like shrug it off so Key could use the bag of holding.
Yeah, that's a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Yep.
15.
15, okay. Yeah, so you start kind of loading in the weapons, but they don't seem like they are going to be using the weapons. They seem like they're here for a fight.
I know, but I'm just slowly putting
right. So
Okay.
you just, very, very subtly, like one by one, the smaller pieces, the short swords, putting them into the bag of holding. So yeah, that's definitely a point of contention that is happening. It is a big picture type of situation. The soldiery of the Voskaturia feels like they're being put out of a job by the Duskwatch. And the Duskwatch are usually necromancers, oathbreaker paladins, who have found a new job or a career here. Paladins, priests, monks, who follow some of the darker gods, right? Some of the betrayer gods or the dark pantheon. Mercidial or Satyr, or any of the other. Nobody really openly worships Aryak as a deity. He's kind of been expunged from the records, but some people still see Satyr as like an embodiment of tyranny and control, and might still worship that way. But Osirian, the lord of the underworld, and again, sorcerers and mages who follow darker powers, who have not been affected by the withering malady, which is also something that we talk a lot about. It's a lot of the clerics and paladins have been losing their powers, and the Duskwatch has been given authority similar to that of the constables and the Justicars. So there's definitely a lot of tension that is brewing between these two major factions with the Duskwatch coming up. So, taking off their badges and putting their weapons down, they seem to have been looking for a fight here specifically.
What's the like public opinion of the Dusk Watch? Like
It's
ordinary
mixed.
people.
It is vehemently mixed. Because
Okay,
they
so
do
like
worship
growing up in
betrayer gods and darker gods.
growing up in Brackenridge, would Willow's perception of them have been um oh, don't mess with them, don't go near them, they're dangerous kind of thing, or is it like how much would she probably agree with the idea that they're stealing soldier jobs?
Uh,
Growing up in somewhere rural like Brackenridge.
hmm. So the Dusk Watch was established in 1353. So it was only established 4 years ago. So it's like brand new.
Okay.
Yeah,
So okay.
it's brand new.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, that's anybody doing anything else in this kind of tense moment where this asshole just came up and poured out this person's drink and is clearly looking for an off-duty fight, right? So they put their weapons down, they took their badges off. He's clearly an asshole. He's coming in here trying to start a fight with the Dusk Watch, which was established 4 years ago, and especially in a military city, there is a lot of talk of this paramilitary, quasi-military outfit that worship evil deities coming in and essentially taking their jobs. There's a lot of resentment from that. So, that being said, did you have a follow-up plan for that, Willow, or?
No, it was more just like gauging if it turns into a fight, if she'd try to participate, or if it's oh, this isn't our fight at all, that sort of thing. It was just sort of
And then
establishing that
unknowingly.
just sort of just figuring out how she'd feel if things come to blows and stuff. That's all.
Okay. So yeah, I think Amina, you're like kind of far enough away, disconnected from this, but there's kind of like a hushed silence that falls over the tavern as people are kind of waiting for this fight to unfold. I want to check in with Amina. What's she doing over there? You kind of met with Karen, and then Karen was like, "Uh-oh, there's trouble brewing."
Yeah, so at that point, Amina is actually just there. There's like this weird tense silence, and she's like, "Nope, I don't like this," and she just starts playing the fantasy equivalent of "The Girl You Left Behind" from Five Goes West.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
I love that scene so much. This is perfect.
And
try to lighten the mood.
Okay, all right, that's good. So go ahead and make a
There's
performance
lighting in the
check.
background.
Make a performance check. We'll come back to that performance check. The first card that was actually from the raid itself, which was the Four of Adversaries. That is this specific confrontation that's happening here. So that was the card from the raid. So we're going to get to the next couple of cards in a second. We have one from Isabitz as well as another one from Rudolph. Okay. So Mabel, what are you doing with all this? And as you're also kind of talking to Missy, she kind of just looks back at you and says, "These fucking assholes again."
Are they often a problem?
This lot, all the fucking...
Mabel had, when they started yelling and stuff, she had tried to make herself a lot smaller and put her head down because she is often targeted as somebody who people want to fight in taverns because she's so big and
Right.
always sticks out. So she's like, "Oh god, they're already angry and drunk, and this is not our fight. I really want to punch them, but I'm just gonna make myself smaller." So she's hunched over, but she's still trying to maintain conversation with Missy. Is there something that I should do? I assume you guys have this in hand if this happens a lot.
Us? I got nothing to do with this.
Does this tavern have? I mean, the bouncer out there seems really strong and big and muscular.
She'll probably get involved if it gets too out of control, but can't really say no to the soldiers in a military city.
Yeah, especially since I'm Kairosian, I feel like I would make things worse, as much as I want to help.
Given the current state of affairs, it's quite possible. Besides, we're only just getting to know each other. I would hate to have to bail you out of jail right away.
Oh, oh. Yeah, I wouldn't want that either.
So, the next card we're gonna skip. We're gonna come back to Rudolph's, and we're gonna go to the card from Isabitz. Isabitz pulled a very interesting card here for the situation. We have the Paladin, but it was inverse. Now, the inverse Paladin in our Heavensfire game means a champion of the Duskwatch arrives. And it just so happened that there's one already on the map. So you hear the clanking of silverware and another stool that is dragged across the floor. And it kind of pierces the silence, that dragging across the ground. And this man, over here in the corner, that you saw when you first walked in, slowly gets up. And you can see that he's got pretty intimidating looking plate armor. He's the one that had the skulls that were kind of clamped in the robe. And he kind of just wipes his mouth with a napkin, puts it down, finishes the last of his wine, takes his, what seems like a great sword, and puts it in the sheath at his back, just from the side of the table, and slowly turns and starts walking in this direction. Heavy boot steps, sort of echoing and reverberating across the ground through the tavern. Two of them turn, and this guy back here is like, "The fuck is this then?" And this larger guy, he's about 6'2" or so. He puts a hand on one of their shoulders and just says, "I think you've misplaced your weapons. Better go and find them before you get written up." And they turn around and all their weapons are gone. And the two of them are like, kind of point at Key and at this person too, and at Willow, and they're like, you lot, what the fuck happened to our weapons?
How would I know? I don't own the table.
I've been standing right here for a while.
Nice.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
And he just says,
"How many what's in the bag now? What was stolen?"
Don't worry about it. Just go.
I need to mark it on my sheet. I need to know. It's for a project later.
Oh no.
The man who was over here at the far side of the tavern begins levitating and kind of floating over in this direction. His hands are now sparking with sort of electricity in either side. His eyes are now smoking with sort of white light. And there is a woman here with sort of grayish white hair and bangs, and she sparks up this sort of green, this pale bluish green fire, and that has these shapes of skulls that sort of appear in the fire that are kind of letting out this constant wailing. And these two other individuals also kind of have similar energy, this green fire that is in both of their hands as they just... And this gentleman here also kind of begins to... This aura of dread begins to emanate from him, and you can see little bits of sort of dust and dirt on the floor begin to kind of like rise up from the floor as the ground itself just kind of rumbles ever so slightly. So what was that performance check from Amina?
That's so anime.
It's going to be another 22.
And as this is happening, Amina is just playing. There's silence, and Amina is playing this very beautiful, melancholy song, and also kind of like intensifying the beats and the rhythm to what she's reacting to kind of in real time to these folks coming over and kind of posturing. And very anime style. Yeah, this guy here The ground actually kind of cracks a little bit under his feet, and his eyes are they turn this like solid black and just begin to glow with this sort of black fire. And his voice kind of echoes from a bunch, like 3 different directions, piercing the silence as if sucking the noise out of the room and echoing. And he says, I think you should stop harassing the locals. Time you moved on, friend. And Missy says, now might be a good time to stand up. The odds are in our favor. She turns around and kind of crosses her arms as well, and kind of elbows
Mabel follows her lead and turns around and lets herself get bigger. Like stands up straight and tries to look intimidating.
There's also a very large man in kind of steely armor who just kind of stands up and turns around, and he staggers a little bit. Really big man, like 6'5", and I'm just trying to enjoy a fucking drink. Can you lot just fuck off?
This is a fight y'all can't win. Come on. Simmer down.
This guy just...
Key's eyes turn black.
Group intimidation check. Let's get an intimidation check from everybody. Except for Amina, because Amina is just kind of playing with the beat, and that was already performance that helped, so the rest of you can make intimidation checks as well.
Actually?
Oh, you can make a persuasion. And remember, some of you have advantage from your rose quartz.
I was just going to ask that. This is
yeah.
my first.
Oh, wait a second. I haven't.
Yes, you do.
And that's a...
Make sure to remove it from your character sheet if you do use the advantage given to you from the rose quartz.
Oh.
Was that 19... a 19 on that persuasion check for Willow.
Okay.
Nice, you guys!
And 22. Wow. Yeah, the knight just says, this place fucking stinks anyway. Come on, boys. We're going to Triton's locker. Just kind of pushes his way through, and he kind of stops and kind of looks back and looks at the Duskwatch agents here and just fucking freaks. Kind of pushes his way. The fuck out of my way. Kind of pushes his way through. Knocks this guy's shoulder on the way out. Just... and they make their way out.
Did Key happen to get their badges that they took off too?
Yes.
Oh, that's gonna come in.
But just
y'all wanna impersonate some cops later? We could.
We can totally use this when we go to Printworks.
Please expect nothing except chaos from me.
and this
Chaos is key, baby. Let's go.
this gentleman here just kind of everyone kind of slowly returns to their drinks and to what they were doing. This guy over here just... Sorry about the disturbance. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening.
Enjoy your food.
Already done. And just nods and walks out.
Mabel gives like the biggest sigh of relief. And as she does, she like goes back to her slouched little small form.
Corner there. Yeah.
Key just settles the like bag of holding by the way back on Willow and just like sits around like just nothing.
Well, yeah, that was pretty rad. Y'all stole all of the... You basically took all... Wow, yeah.
Above game, what is in my bag of holding now?
What is in the
Okay,
bag?
so you have...
What's in the bag? What's in the bag?
A knife!
You have 4 pikes. 4 pikes, 2 shields, 5 long swords, and a 3rd shield. Also, you have 3 steel helmets, and 5 constable badges. 5 badges of the Bastion's Hold Constabulary.
This is wonderful. This is gonna be fun.
This is delightful.
All of that's just in there with 500 pounds worth of Mabel's cooking ingredients.
Yes.
500 pounds of Mabel's cooking ingredients.
And seeing how well you kind of played the crowd and helped with the intimidation, which lowered the DC. I mean, a Jubilee kind of turns to you and is like, "All right, I'm right fucking impressed. If you want a gig with us later, spot for you."
Yeah, I learned pretty quickly, so
Apparently.
yeah, if we're
Maybe I
yeah.
could teach you a thing or two. You never know.
I'm here to learn.
Okay.
Note that Mabel means that literally. Like, she is still really bad at flirting.
Yeah. No, she just says good. Good. And kind of goes back to her ale. And with that tense situation diffused, which was invited by the tarot cards and also diffused by another tarot card, yeah, let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break. So 10-minute break, everybody. Go take care of yourselves. At 12:38 we'll be back to wrap up, and another hour or so after that, and then we'll call it for a Saturday evening. So 10 minutes, and then we're into our last hour. So power of the tarot, yeah, at the very least it makes for high drama. So 12:38 we'll be back, everybody. So 12, there it is in the chat. All right, and we'll see y'all in 10 minutes. Take care of yourselves. Be back soon. All right, and we're back with stealing from cops and being gay. Welcome to Heavensfire.
Be gay, do crimes, baby.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that. Be gay, do crimes.
Absolutely humiliated these 5 cops and sent them packing without their stuff, which they now have to explain.
Don't die.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Chugging a Gatorade as we
Anyway,
speak.
when we last left off, 10 minutes ago, there was a bunch of gay shit happening. And we hilariously stole all of the weapons, armor, and badges from a group of 5 cops who were coming in here looking for a fight. Abusing their power. So, excellent. Well done all around. And as the tension has resolved and the Dusk Watch remains, the mood has returned to one that is somewhat jovial and casual and, what's the word I'm looking for? Laissez-faire for a weekday afternoon at 3:30 and 3:30. So, carry on. Who would like to take us back into all of this gay stuff happening?
Once the I'm sorry, I'm not going back into the gay stuff because it wasn't a part of it. But
Well, there's plenty of opportunity for more gay to occur, Avalon. Don't sell yourself short.
oh no, I was just responding to your remark about getting back into the anyway. After they all leave and things sort of return to the normal atmosphere, Willow swings the bag of holding around and has it sitting on that other stool, and just shows this table with key, and sort of rummages around to see what was added, and then pulls out a shield and starts like removing any identifying marks of the soldiers.
Okay. All right.
Good
Good thinking. Which you can kind of do with the bag open and kind of like use some laser etching to kind of just, take care of that stuff. So,
Yeah.
I'm so glad we were on the same page. Just like,
Yeah. So essentially what you're doing is taking time to file off the serial numbers. Well played. Well played. I'm here
Of at
for
least
it.
one shield. Of at least one shield.
Hmm.
Because obviously she can't go around
Right.
wearing a stolen shield on her arm.
You
And then
can,
after
but
she
it would
does
just take a
that,
certain level of fortitude to be able to do.
after she does that, she gets back in the bag of holding and pulls out. At first, it just looks like a round cylinder, about the same size as her hand. But she sets it on the table and unscrews this thing, and it like expands out into these. Are any of you familiar with spider wraps? There's something you see at
Yes.
like Walmart and stuff. It's
Yes.
the
Yes.
security device they put on like TV boxes.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
that. It's essentially that. It's like it's two little cylinders and steel cords that connect them. She slaps that on the shield and then like tightens it into place and activates it, and electricity arcs across the wires and around the shield for a second, and then it sort of like it like dies down, and there's this really gentle hum, and she straps that to her arm. All right. This will just add another layer of protection. The energy sort of repels things.
The rest you can think of as scrap metal.
Oh yeah, no, we'll be exploring that in a more private setting. I'm curious to see what I can do with them.
Good.
But for now, this might help us if we run into trouble later. So yeah, I'm using my enhanced defense infusion on one of the shields, and then strapping it to my offhand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I basically just stole a shield for Willow.
now the shields
More or less.
have the emblem of the Vascratoria etched onto them. So the eagle, like so the crest that we have on the
Right.
eagle with the crown. So if there's a bunch
so-
of officers looking for stolen shields,
Okay, so
Anyone got any
since
spray
it's
paint or
something that's
anything?
engraved on the shield,
yeah.
what Willow would do, I think, is use her smith's tools to engrave more stuff on the shield and just confuse the design
Okay.
to the point where it's not readable as the emblem anymore. So it's just a series of like random etchings more so than a coherent design.
Okay. Do me a favor, make a check with your smith's tools. Add dexterity.
Okay.
So proficiency, dexterity, and then the modifier is dexterity. See how well we do with that, just to see see how masterfully this is changed from its original design.
I rolled a natural one, but I'm gonna use my DM inspiration to roll
Okay.
again.
All right.
That's better.
Okay.
19 total.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So it does look completely different. At least the one that you chose to put on the outside of your arm.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So yeah, that adds a total of +3 to my AC.
Okay. And I will say that with all of your passive perceptions combined, you do not see two young kids that are spending an exorbitant amount of money or gambling in any way. Everyone seems to be either relaxed or mellow. There is a card game going on here, but it's not anything in particular that that's anything unusual. They're gender neutral human and two half-elves feminine presenting, as well as sort of gender neutral nondescript. Seems to be a Ganassi of some kind over here, either an air or a water Ganassi. Also kind of standing, but has a hand in the pool as well. Kind of playing a game of cards, and the pot's not huge or anything. There's some folks over here playing a game of dice, some rough, masculine-presenting folks. They seem older, right? Kind of well-seasoned. There is a dwarf and 2 humans playing a dice game. 2 individuals here that look like they look tough. They look like they're seasoned, that they're not, their armor is somewhat expensive looking. They're just they have seem to be involved in gossip. A few mugs of ale here. Nothing matching the description of 2 young teenage urchins catches your eye anywhere. And even there is not a party of any kind going up on the upper levels. Just folks in hammocks resting. So I want to say, with all your passive perceptions, you do also notice that as well. So we know Willow is currently in the bag of holding, and you can see some sparks occasionally flying up as she's working on whatever's in the bag. So you hear the occasional, and again a few sparks. Key, what are you doing? You just waiting for the rest of the troop?
Key is absolutely just watching, waiting, but also kind of watching Willow low-key work.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
But also watching surroundings, mostly just waiting for the rest of the troop.
Okay. All right, and Amina, are you still playing off in the corner here with Karen?
Yeah. I think at this point we've sort of, Amina has sort of figured out kind of how she plays and is just going off of that. She really wants to do something a little bit bigger and bolder, but then she remembers it's the middle of the afternoon, so it's not really time for that kind of music yet.
Okay, all right. And kind of standing close to you and enjoying another round that is brought to both yourself, Kieran, and Jubilee. Another round of what's kind of like a stronger, like an IPA, essentially. And they also get one for you as well. It's spicy. It's very hoppy. But if you like IPAs, it's pretty good. If you're thinking Mina would like an IPA, she might not be familiar with it, but it would probably...
To not be rude, she'll take a sip, but Amina doesn't drink.
Oh, okay, right. Essie forgot that as a DM, but they would probably still bring it to you anyway, just because as a courtesy thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say if Amina doesn't drink, taking a sip of the IPA would probably make her sneeze, whether or not you want to make her sneeze. Because IPAs make me sneeze. I know they make other people sneeze too because they're so hoppy. But they're just chugging these down, and you're like, it's a little strong and overbearing. But...
yeah, no, not really my thing, but thank you.
Jubilee is like, oh, sorry, love, do you not drink?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I don't sing often, but when I do, I prefer to keep my chords fairly loose, so
Totally.
I prefer teas.
What kind of tea? I'd be happy to get you a tea.
Oh, something minty.
I'll see what I can do. And Kieran, I'll have Kieran take that off your hands. And she just kind of takes it and hands it over to... Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Minty tea coming up. And she kind of makes her way over to the bar as well. Okay. Mabel. How are you doing over there?
I'm sure Mabel would still just be charmed and talking. Well, I don't know how much she's talking, but babbling to Missy.
Okay,
while also kind of keeping an eye to make sure nobody leaves without her.
Sure. So Missy says, so, what do you do for a living, Mabel? What brings you here from the Empire?
I am actually an emissary from the Empire. So
It's been a while since we've had any activity in the embassy, and then all of a sudden, this fucking nonsense.
Yeah. I wish I could say that I had a purpose for coming here and that is it, but I thought my job would be easier.
We all do, don't we? Well,
And
cheers to that.
Cheer at my little
She
blue drink.
does that thing where she kind of bites her tongue and then kind of just gives you a casual tap with the bottom of the glass and just...
You start laughing, and Mabel's just like this really high-pitched giggle that probably should not come from a giant bugbear.
I love that. She says, "You've got a really cute laugh."
Thank you.
I don't know if I broke Mabel or if I broke Nikki.
Both.
Both, yeah.
Both of them are charmed.
Outstanding. So some time passes, and getting closer to the 4 o'clock mark, another group of individuals enters the tavern, anxiously watching the door, as I assume he is. There is another half-elf. I have to double check. Another half-elf with an undercut and kind of like a mohawk over to one side, like a shorter mohawk, that also turns into sort of that asymmetrical other part of an undercut. But this is very clearly shaved to one side. And this isn't even me. I know I am obsessed with undercuts, but I just keep finding all of these cool characters with undercuts. As well as a few, it seems to be a few members of sort of a crew that follows them in. And behind, you see flashes of blue, Key. It's kind of making their way in is the person of the hour that you were looking for, Sierra. And they kind of saunter in, and Diesel, who you know as Diesel, Key, walks over and just kind of puts a hand on Jubilee's shoulder as she's getting a couple of drinks and waiting on tea. And they just kind of, hey, and they kind of give each other a little like forehead bump. And a couple of the other members of the crew come kind of sauntering in. And do you do anything to get their attention as they kind of make their way in? Because they're just kind of scanning around now.
I wait.
Takes a few seconds, and kind of Diesel kind of saunters by, and Diesel kind of stops and looks over at you, and just, fucking geek? Is that you?
In the flesh.
And then Jubilee also at this time kind of, whoa! How the fuck did I not see you there? And then you see like a flash of movement and kind of jumping up on the table.
Yes!
Kind of walking over. And just kind of jumping down into your lap is Fiera. They kind of put an arm over your shoulder and just... I'm sorry, was that too direct?
No, I think it was just forward.
And they kind of do that thing where they kind of get very comfortable, like they know you, and then they just give you just the biggest hug, and then kind of lean back and kind of have their face kind of close to yours, and they're like, "It's really good to see you, Key. Holy shit, we've been through a lot."
I was wondering so much when everything just started falling, and I had no idea if y'all got out of Halivass, and...
It was a fucking nightmare. It's so good to see you, though.
I'm so glad you made it out before they started.
Me too. And like as you're talking to each other, their face is like just a few inches from yours, and you're having this conversation in intimate distance. Just like the casual conversation. And they're like, well, I'm glad you're safe, for one. And two...
Yes!
The Tallman's in a bit of trouble, some old stuff, but we're trying to figure something out. I don't know what, but I'm just glad you're safe.
I'm glad that y'all are safe. I am so excited.
They kind of lean back a little bit. Well, I'm excited too. What the fuck happened in the sky?
Okay. I've was trying to
Find
just
more people
get
are-
around that quite a little bit. It
And-
seems sort of like a falling thing.
Diesel leans in and says, "Yeah, not enough people are talking about that. Everybody that wanted to go on this pilgrimage already left, but what the fuck is it? They say it's some kind of a religious artifact that just fucking fell from the sky out of nowhere." And Jubilee's like, "Fucking understand it myself. No fucking idea what that is. Not for me. Never religious, never spiritual. And plus, I'm not keen to get involved and put myself in the way of the government and really go out there and wave my arms around and be at their mercy out on the seas. So, fuck it."
By the way, do you have any idea on how to easily move a couple of insignia shields and or don't worry about it.
They lean back and
count,
key.
by my count, there are 4 pikes, 5 longswords, and 2 shields.
What
I'm
did y'all
just
get
worried.
yourselves into?
We didn't get it. I have been sitting in this chair since I walked through that door.
That's technically true.
You know what? Key, somehow, I believe that.
I'm Willow, by the way. Hi.
Hi. I'm Fiera.
Nice to meet you.
This here is Diesel. And Jubilee.
Oh, Jubilee, I believe you met my friend Amina there earlier.
Oh, right. She's quite lovely. Must say I'm a little bit taken back myself. It's been a long time since I've been so smitten like that. Is she available?
That's really a conversation to be had between 2 people. And I am not one of those people.
Which is code for ask her yourself, you useless lesbian.
She's like, all right, just didn't want to get me hopes up. Diesel says, well, what's the matter, Jubilee? Been too long since you've had your heart broken? Jubilee, just very funny. I go check on that tea.
It is going to be a show tonight, isn't it?
Diesel says,
When I heard that y'all were playing tonight, you have no idea how long I have sat in this chair.
About 20 minutes.
Excuse me, it's been a hot hour.
like a half an hour. It's been like a half an hour.
It's been an
Yeah,
hour,
like a-
come on.
It's
By
been like a
Price is
half an
Right
hour.
rules, I win.
It's been like a
By
half.
Price is Right rules, I win.
So, Fiera kind of adjust themselves and just kind of, well, I should probably start helping them get ready, and kind of just slides back and kind of swings herself over and kind of uses, puts their hands on both of your hips and kind of props themselves up. You can see their heavy boot steps kind of fall before them, and they just kind of turn around to face you, grabs your hand and gives you a kiss on the back of your hand. Just kind of does a little elegant bow, and then, I hope that's not too formal for you. And then just gives you a little wink and looks back at the crew and kind of gestures them over to the side. And Fiora kind of looks back at Key. I'll be sitting up. Once the show starts, come and find me.
I'll find you.
And they just kind of, I'm glad I found you this time. I say, come on, lads.
So gay.
Yeah.
Incredible.
If you're non-binary, every relationship you're in is gay.
Gay,
You break the
straight,
code.
I am beyond these petty concepts now.
Yeah. And Diesel just, I'm gonna go sit up too. So Amina, there's lots of sort of bardic-looking types making their way over to the far side here. Jubilee still seems to be waiting for the tea. So Amina, there's a lot of sort of lots of leather and studs and spikes kind of making their way over to you, setting up over here, lots of instruments, kind of like a whole full band setup.
I was not expecting all of this. I feel like I am improperly dressed.
Diesel, the half-elf here, kind of overhearing that, is, I've got a choker if you want one. An extra one.
Is it spiky like yours?
Of course it is.
She kind of looks down at her outfit and goes, "Yeah, sure.
Try it out.
I can make that work."
Yeah, and she takes exactly that, a spiked collar out of their pouch and just kind of, it's black leather and sort of like metallic spikes on it. There you go.
Yeah, she kind of puts it on just to kind of see how it feels, and it's like, this is strange,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna go with it.
Love it. Here for it. That's exactly what she says. She's like, oh yeah, that's a good look on you. Very cool. Oh, I'm Diesel, by the way.
Amina, I met Jubilee earlier, and she said you guys were down a person, and I guess she liked my playing, so she said that I should join you.
I mean, if Jubilee said so, fuck it. What do you play?
Yeah, the lute, the lyre, the viola, and the flute.
Cool. Just try to keep up.
Sure thing.
We tend to play a little fast.
I love that.
And you can see that they are setting up what appear to be the two roadies or the crew. They have these large boxes that they are setting up everywhere that have like this mesh, these large boxes with mesh netting, and they have crystals in the back of them. Like each one has like a large, one large, looks like a sort of a milky clear quartz, and a couple of other what appear to be amber crystals, and there's a lot of sort of connections. It looks like something that Willow might make, sort of a lot of
Are these
sort of-
magic amps?
I was gonna say, does Willow recognize the design?
The design? No, this is entirely unique, but I'll say you're pretty fascinated.
Oh, Key
by it.
recognizes
Yeah,
the
Key
designs.
does.
No.
Willow leans over to Key, eyes on those things, and like not moving away from those devices. Could you?
Do you wanna go over and get a closer look?
Do you think you could put one in the bag?
I cannot put one of those in the bag. We can get a look at it if you want, but I cannot
Yes, please.
Okay.
A few more people start filtering in.
Yeah, Key just drags Willow back to over by where, I guess, I don't know, this corner or whatever this is behind, like,
Yeah.
that sort of area, but by the amp, to, like, and drags Willow along with, as like a here, get a closer look at the amp if you want. You know, I'm gonna let you get a nice good.
Yeah, Willow starts furiously sketching as much of the design as she can glean. She wants to know what this thing does and if she can recreate it.
She gonna find out, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get to see a lot of new things. It's not common that I get to see new tech. So she's sort of like rambling while she's trying to sketch, because she's trying to like be participating in the social interaction, but she's not focusing on it at
Mhm.
all. It's just like secondary while she's trying to
Right.
absorb details of this design.
So, eventually, when Jubilee returns, she does return with a plain old ceramic mug, but it does have a tea bag inside of it, and it smells a little bit minty. And she comes over and hands you the ceramic mug and says, "Mint tea to the best of our ability. I think it's a little bit hackneyed based on what they had. I think they just added some mint sprig, but hopefully it's all right."
No, this will be perfect. Just something warm and minty. That's really all I need.
Okay. Well, hope it's all right. Not much of a tea drinker myself. I like coffee. Do you like coffee?
Coffee's good.
All
Yeah,
right.
on non-performance days.
Maybe we could grab some coffee tomorrow.
I'd like that.
That's your thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
after
alright.
I take care of something.
Totally.
I,
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm not blowing you off. I literally have to take care
Oh
of
no no no
something.
no 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 right. I just sorry. I'm not. Usually I'm not the one getting flustered.
Oh, why?
Sorry.
I know I'm unusual and I tend to have that effect on people.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's just strange and never mind. All right, we're gonna get set up and we'll talk more after.
Just let me know what you want
Keep
me
it
to
together,
do,
Jubilee.
what
Keep it
instrument you
together.
want me to play.
Right. Well, just filter in back here, and we got a spot for you.
Yeah, she'll just kind of
And
move over and
just
hang out, try to get a feel of like what everyone else is doing and how they're warming up to kind of figure out how to play.
So, Diesel also has a so you can see what there are these long sort of strips of metallic sort of flexible wiring that they seem to have connected to clamps to their instruments, and they kind of help you get set up with something similar, and it's sort of like a on your instruments there's like a little attachment that clips on to each of your instruments. It's like sort of a wherever there's a spot for it, it's like a little black, almost like a hard plasticky material. Obviously like plastic doesn't exist here, but it's sort of like it's harder material and it's a little gravelly, but somewhat smooth in places, and it has each one of these little circular devices that clips on to your instruments. Some of them are like flat squares, or some of them are actually clips that clip on, and they have this sort of flexible metallic wiring that connects to these larger boxes, these black boxes that have this mesh in the front, the crystals in the back. And you can see there's a big crowd gathering, and a lot of people here are familiar with it. And Missy looks over at Mabel and says, "Should we go a little closer?"
Yeah, I think so. I think we should.
She does order 2 more blue islanders, we'll call them. Blue island drinks, and here's one to you before making her way over here to into the middle of the crowd. It's a little thing, but
Again, I try to like hold my shoulders in to get into this crowd and not take out a bunch of people on accident.
okay. So this all brings us right to about 4:45 in the evening. It takes a while for everything to get set up, but once it does, there is a bit of a hush that falls over the crowd itself. And as the hush falls over the crowd, you can hear people kind of whispering and murmuring, and Jubilee just kind of speaks very loudly. And, all right, most of you lot fucking already know who we are. We're the Quicksilver Troop. we're short one today, but we've got a replacement. And everybody give it up for Amina Nzinga! And everyone kind of like, woo! And then some people like, yeah!
Mabel
there's-
starts screaming really loudly like a proud mom.
Yeah, Amina's eyes are so big right now, because she was not expecting that. She's like, wait, I thought I was supposed to be in a group. I wasn't supposed to be noticed. Okay, I guess we're doing this.
And
Willow raises her hand. I'm sorry, Essie, I cut
that's
you
okay.
off.
Go ahead.
Willow raises her hand, and the hydraulics on that gauntlet, just like extend and contract repeatedly, really quickly.
Mhm.
Almost like she's clapping with one hand, but it's much, much louder than she could possibly clap.
That's awesome. Very
as
cool.
this rapid fire thunder sort of goes out, in applause for Amina.
Mabel probably forgets herself and starts shouting, "That's my girl!"
And as there's this roar, an upswell in the crowd, Jubilee says, "So we've been given a fucking warning. We're not supposed to talk ill of the Queen anymore. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." And there's this ooh kind of that falls across the crowd. It's like, I say, fuck all of that. Fuck all them. Fuck those fucking cops that were in here before. Just like I said every time. Fucking hails to the Queen. And fuck the Queen. And everyone just like, yeah! And then they immediately just start, all right, 1, 2, 3. And as soon as they hit the instruments, it just absolutely erupts. And I need for Mabel to make a dexterity saving throw as the entirety of the crowd starts swinging elbows, kicks, fists, and there is just a sea of motion and elbows. Same thing for Willow as well. And Key, you can make it at advantage because you're expecting it. But it just absolutely
That is
gets
my worst stat.
wild in here.
You said dexterity save.
And as it builds up, she says, "And we're without Tommen, but we're just gonna fucking play instrumental!" And as it kicks in, it is loud. It is the loudest music you have ever heard in your entire life. And the boxes are vibrating and shaking. The ground is rumbling. And your ears are, like, hurting. And every single person in this is just throwing elbows and arms and everything around. Some chairs get thrown from one side to the other. Bottles are getting smashed. There's already blood on the dance floor. But and Tommen has actually, you can see he's got a 5-drum setup now, and he's replaced using his hands on the hand one. He actually has drumsticks now. For this, and he's got the 5 drums set up, and they also have a little glow coming from the inside of them. But as they are swinging around, and you see everyone is absolutely thrashing and flailing. What'd you get for a dexterity save?
Willow got a
5.
7.
Oh,
Okay.
Key got a 15.
Willow got a 7. She is covered in armor from like neck to toe.
Okay, both of you take 1
If
point of
that
bludgeoning
helps.
damage. Both of you take 1 point of
Okay.
bludgeoning damage.
I'll take it.
Mabel is so old for this shit.
Mabel gets hit in the face with the back of a fist from a windmill, like from the. It's right in the nose. And you take an elbow to your other shoulder, your other rib cage. Actually, you just get elbowed on the side. There's one of the people in the middle is doing like a continuous spin kick around back and forth in the air. It was more rad in the session 0 because we had Tom and Rotten and we had the vocals. Like I gotta find some royalty free punk rock, but yeah, it's unlike any experience you have ever had. And how is Mabel reacting after she gets clocked in the face with the back of a fist?
Oh, she is going to back up a lot. This is a lot for her.
Oh,
Her ears hurt.
Missy kind of backs up and she kind of screams over you. She's like, "You're right."
Yeah, it's really loud.
welcome to welcome to a Quicksilver show. She kind of screams at you. And also
You're really good.
that is a wall, so you can kind of push through this way if you want, but
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. You're kind of pushing through and you're kind of trying to dodge the so yeah, Key, you're good. You're good. But yeah, the
No,
first
Key just
song
stays.
starts to wind down. But they're still going strong and everyone is still. This is an actual hardcore pit. It's not pushing, it's actual hammer fists and elbows and spin kicks, and shit is going wild. And then Amina, go ahead and make a performance check to see how well you can follow in. With your new spiked collar and everything.
So it's a 21.
Ooh, yeah, and Amina is like,
Yeah.
Amina is headbanging and kind of thrashing, and kind of you're doing that thing where you're kind of like, you're really getting into it. You're following suit with everybody, and you are absolutely fucking killing it. And as you all kind of end at the same time, everyone just, ah! And there's this woo scream of excitement that erupts from the crowd as everyone is applauding. And they kind of look at you and they're like, all right, like fucking A. And it's right around that time that Mabel, as you have kind of stepped away, you see kind of entering from the rear of the tavern. You see two kind of individuals, late teens, both kind of wearing some brand new black leather jackets and some spiky stuff come in, some new jewelry around their neck with some pendants, and they seem to also have fresh haircuts. One has a mohawk, the other kind of has long, this kind of scraggly hair that comes in, and they kind of walk in from the rear side of the bar before the next song and start making their way over to the tavern, to the actual bar itself, to order drinks. You do.
Let's see. The people who usually do the talking are currently busy.
Oops.
Mabel is going to just keep an eye on them. She has no idea how to go about talking to them in this really loud, lots of people, overwhelming situation. So she is just going to watch them. If they leave, if they make a move to leave, like she'll go after them. But otherwise, like she's just going to watch them and make sure they don't leave without her.
Okay, do you actually do that, Willow?
Oh no, I
Okay.
couldn't. I have a 10 in strength. There's no way that's happening.
All right, so they make their way over to the bar and start to order drinks as the next song kicks in, and the same thing. It's instrumental because they're down Tom and Rotten, and the pit just absolutely intensifies again. The elbows, the fists, and everything, and Fiera is also in the middle of the pit as well. They're right there in the middle doing the stomp and throwing elbows just as hard as anyone else. And actually, there's some younger kids who are there in the pit, and they give a couple of bloody noses as the blood is just continuing to pour out from different parts of people's noses and faces in the middle of the pit here. And the Duskwatch agents down here that aren't in the pit, the two gentlemen and the woman here are kind of like also just kind of nodding along in the back, right, doing their own thing. The dudes here that are still sitting down, like this guy up front here, he's like dodging fists and elbows and kicks left and right. Occasionally he'll put his arm out like that, to do one of those and kind of put it up that way. But the hey, we're getting a raid too, double raids. But as the pit fires up again, right, and from these essentially artifice amplifiers, right, these two kids come over to the bar and just sit down and order the most fucking expensive drinks they possibly can. They bring over these two bowls that have umbrellas and fruit in them and everything like that. And you can see again they have these sort of very fancy sort of gold pendants that they have recently got. It's clearly made of gold, and then these leather jackets as well as more spikes and everything like that. Clearly flaunting money with jewelry and clothing and everything. And coming in to sit down at kind of squeeze in here and just order the two most expensive drinks that they can possibly order. And
Mabel wants to lean over to Missy and I was going to say whisper, but I guess yell over the music. Do you know those two kids back there? Do you know anything about them?
Those two punks? No fucking idea. They
Okay.
certainly got money to spend, though.
That's what I was thinking for two kids. That's all. That's all she's gonna say.
Why do you ask?
Oh, they just walked in here like they own the place, so I figured they might be regulars.
Probably some nobles' kids or something.
That makes sense.
And as the second song is kind of coming to a crescendo, I mean, make another performance check at advantage this time because you did so well in the first one. So we'll see how well you're keeping up the following along. This one's a little different. Also, hello to our friends at Absolute 20 Pod. And it's Raid! Hey, thank you to our friends there. So we still have one more card from Rudolph to get through, and we'll add that to the next one, but it's upright. So as you're doing the performance, also, in the meantime, can I have Key, Willow, and Mabel also roll a d20 for me? And then Amina, when you get to it after your performance, roll another d20, because we have a fresh round of benefits from tarot cards. Also, let me know what you got on that performance.
Okay, so the performance was 21 again.
Perfect. Yeah. So Amina is, again, swinging around and swinging her instruments around. Absolutely just crushing it. And then roll a d20 for me as well. 19. Nice. And then also, ooh, this is going to make your performance even better. You know what I'm going to say? So Rudolph's card here, as the song winds down with the 4 of elementals, I'm going to give you a specific flavor for this one. And at the end of the song, you kind of, what instrument are you playing to go along with that?
I am currently playing, when I kind of saw them pulling everything out, I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? I'm going to keep it unique and I'm just going to keep my violin because it looks like a lot of folks are looting it up right now.
Doing
So
some Lindsay Sterling vibes in here.
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, as you kind of strum the last note on the violin, these streaks of sort of multicolored ice and these little fireworks both kind of shoot off inside like little isolated interior pyrotechnics, and everyone just then there's a long pause as you kind of add this bardic flair, and then there's just yes, everyone is screaming and cheering for Amina and for this new member potentially of the Quicksilver Troop. And as the rest of you are kind of making your way over and eyeing your two potential targets here that are kind of flaunting their money in very obvious ways, the crowd is cheering for Amina and the Quicksilver Troop. All of you have potential brooding or budding love interests here, and 2 of your marks are approaching, and half of you are trying to kind of maybe sauntering your way over to that area, and the other half are kind of fully engaged in this performance as we kind of bring everything together here in the center and decide what our next moves are going to be. So we're going to go ahead and end the session for the evening.
Nice.
We're never leaving this tavern. This is
Right?
where we live now.
Yes.
Nope, this is our tavern. Yes, absolutely.
We're gonna buy it. This is gonna be our new home.
So, yeah,
I
that
like the
is... Go ahead.
Us just being like, why did we come to this tavern again? For this reason, right? To steal the stuff and
Yeah, yeah, it was absolutely
Yeah,
it was
yeah, 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 yeah.
absolutely to steal from those cops
Yeah.
and to have a hardcore show and to go to a hardcore show.
I knew it was coming.
Oh yeah.
He knew it was coming.
He was
He told
100%
no
ready
one.
for it. So let's go around the table and let everyone know what we have going on in the meantime. And also thank you, Absolute 20 Pod, for the raid. We appreciate you. We love you. We miss seeing y'all. Y'all are awesome. I'm glad you had another, probably an eventful Saturday night. So speaking of Key, Rory, who are you and what do you have going on? What kind of projects are you working on?
I'm not really working on anything in particular. I am the RGB Vision. I do commissions. I'm looking to raise my commission prices, so commission prices you get now are what you get. Because soon they will be raised. And will be nice. Nice raise.
Well, your commission work is really cool, and you've done much of the art for this channel, including all of the emotes you see here. So there's like some cute emote chibi style as well, and also some character art that we have. So lots of good stuff. This is your character from our last actual play, so all kinds of cool stuff. And maybe we can maybe we'll get some Heavensfire emojis at some point too. Some cool Heavensfire characters.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
We'll have to set up a commission. All right, so and thank you, Rory and Avalon Willowbloom. What you got going on?
Yeah, so I of course stream here in the Heavensfire and Stormwatch games. I also voice act. I don't have any real promo to do for that at the moment because I lost the details of things at the moment. It's late. But you know, just keep an eye on social media and such. And I will report things in future streams as well.
Awesome. And Nikki, Coyote Witch. Hello, what you got going on?
That's me. I mean, you can find everything that I'm doing pretty much on Twitter at Coyote Witch. I'm here streaming on Heavensfire. I do have a game coming up on Lost Caravan RPG. It's a Santa slasher, which is a ton of fun. So much fun. Maybe I'll survive. We'll see what happens. And then I know next month I have a couple of games coming up, but I also have COVID brain, so I don't
I
remember
know,
what
yeah,
they are.
it's bad.
Yeah. And I also am a freelance artist, so I do commissions a lot of pet portraits and character art. So if you have pets, I really love drawing them. My commission info can also be found on Twitter. I think that's it.
Okay.
There's probably something I'm forgetting. I'm just tired.
Same. Thank you, Nikki. All right, and Garnet, what you got going on?
Hey, I'm Garnet. Right now I'm not really doing much of anything, which is great. But when I'm not here, I am making movies. I write, I direct, I produce, I do production design, basically anything pre-production or actual production. So if you're looking to make some films, hit me up. You can usually find me at Ashton Brienne, usually everywhere.
Okay, very cool. Thank you, Garnet. And hit me. So we're here again on the 26th for our next episode of Stormwatch, where we will wrap up the Tilverton arc and potentially get on the road to head towards the Webwood and check in with our long lost friends at House Neve and our Forest Resistance arc. So Zentarum still has to arrive in Tilverton, but after that, the party disembarks and heads northeast into the depths of the Dalelands, seek out the resistance that House Neve is apparently staging against the Hillsfire Alliance. So stay tuned for that. And then we have a little bit of a holiday break. And on the 29th, then we have a podcast recap of PAX East 2022. And you can check out our video that is currently available on the YouTubes, on ESP D&D and Aaron Spencer Productions YouTube page. It is, our first video was released on Friday, and it is Tarot Spotlight with Hit Point Press and our friend Fleet Dietrich with My Mother's Kitchen, and which is a solo RPG. And also we have a spotlight interview again with Rico from Hit Point Press, with Elliot the Witch of Wormwood from Wormwood Gaming, and also from our friend Brenda Ho at Weirdworks LLC, which we use the tarot cards for this game. These are the Adventurous Tarot cards. So we interview our friend Brenda about their next upcoming tarot project. So that's pretty cool. And we got 2 more videos with interviews from PAX Unplugged coming out, so be sure to look out for that, including an exclusive interview with Eric from Norse Foundry, which is a really cool interview, as well as Dot from Cobalt Press. So look out for that, and we'll see you back here in 2 weeks on New Year's Eve, maybe? Well, TBD. We'll get back to you on that. I know we're surging COVID, so if everyone's available, we might be back on New Year's Eve, because I haven't got anything on, and there's stuff going on. But hopefully, maybe on the 31st, and then if not, maybe a makeup game on the 7th. But at the very least, we'll be back on the 14th. 100% the 14th is a go, but we will TBD get back to you on the 31st for Heavensfire. In the meantime, be gay, do crimes, everyone. We love you all very much, and if you want to join our Discord, you can do so right there if you're queer or witchy, or any combination of being queer and or witchy. Come say hello. And in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and raid our friends over at Dork Tales, and we'll see y'all on the next one. And have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Mwah.
Bye.
Bye.